Alright, hello. Where did I put my controller, Dawning?
Have you checked your desk?
I don't have a desk down here. Anyway, I found it. Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to more Phoenix Wrong. We are still rising from the ashes. Now, if memory serves, and I believe it does, last time we confronted Jake Marshall about the incident in the evidence room where Bruce Goodman was allegedly confronted by Mike Meekins, and there was an altercation, and it is entirely possible that Bruce Goodman got killed, except no, because it turns out that Bruce Goodman was actually Jake Marshall in disguise. We then concluded, due to both the giant puddle of blood discovered in the evidence room thanks to the luminol testing and a bloody handprint that was on a locker, on Gumshoe's locker in particular, that could not have been put there during that incident, that there was in fact an earlier incident where Bruce Goodman actually got killed. As if this wasn't all complicated enough, we are starting to realize that the culprit of this murder was none other than Lost-His-Edgeworth the whole time. So, here we are at the police headquarters, and I believe we need to get Gumshoe's assistance talking to...
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I haven't quite figured out how. So we did all the talk and we did all the present last time. There's nothing new to examine here, but since we are here, there is one thing that I do wish to examine. And that would be Dawning's favorite calendar back here.
It is, in fact, the most important thing in this room.
Now, my question is, since last time, did you go steal yourself a copy of that calendar?
I could not find one. They don't sell them in the middle of nowhere.
Well, that sucks. Anyway, there are two locations I can go from here. Either the detention center, to maybe talk to Lana Skye a little more, or the police department entrance. I'm guessing the detention center is probably going to be more lucrative. No? Maybe not. Anything else I can talk to you about? No. There's no new evidence that I've gotten... Oh, wait, when did I get Neil's autopsy report?
I don't know. I don't think she responds to it, but you can try. I mean, know if she does, because I am currently not on that section of the script.
Yeah, no, she does not. And then the Gant team picture... Oh! I must have gotten it from...
That seems like something she would... Oh no, because she's still set to tell you off if you prevent anything.
She's not wrong. Again, she is in fact a true professional. Alas,
she's also the defendant.
Alas, that does mean there's nothing else for us here. There's nothing for us at the Criminal Affairs Department. So let's go see what's in the underground parking. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing right now.
I was hoping to bump into one Angel Starr, but...
That is not currently something that will occur, I believe. Once you've done something specific, she will return here.
Well, I don't know where the heck I'm supposed to go. Oh, do I go laugh at Lost-His-Edgeworth and say, I'm on to you, buddy?
I mean, that's not what Phoenix is going to say, but yeah, that's what needs to be done to progress the plot.
Then let's go to the police department entrance. I'm sure talking to the Blue Badger is going to get us everywhere we need to go. Alright, I can reveal to him...
The Blue Badger is the murderer.
No, it's very clear, right? Did you not see the luminol testing for blood in this office?
I don't know that the game saw the luminal testing for blood
Why
in
would
this
they put it
office.
in? Why would they put it in here if it wasn't important?
I don't know.
Like, I am very confused. Like, seriously. I wonder if Lost-His-Edgeworth is back yet.
Oh, no, that's... There he is! It looks like he's writing something.
Oh, hey, he's very happy to see me.
Always.
I laugh at your misfortune. And I laugh at the fact that I'm exposing your murder. I'm exposing your murder of both Robert Hammond and Bruce Goodman.
Careful, you don't want to anger the Hat Man.
Probably your father too. Anyway, what are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Oh dear, somebody's throwing a temper tantrum. How is this possible? I'm guessing that one spiky-haired pawn somehow outmaneuvered all those knights?
I'm still not clear on how a chess game works when one side only has a pawn.
I don't think he knows how to play chess either. A tough day in court, huh?
I'm pretty sure he does. I believe that's like a mechanic in the investigations games.
Oh, please. He obviously doesn't if he has his chessboard arranged like that. Even an idiot who eats chess pieces like me knows that's not how you play chess. You play chess by arranging your pieces, and then when you have an opportune moment, you jump the other pieces, you get kinged, and you get to go forward and backward on the board as you see fit.
Almost, but that's checkers.
The hell is checkers?
It's a snack.
I thought that was Chex Mix.
No, that's a video game.
Speaking of video games, maybe I should get back to this one. Anyway, tough day in court, huh? As if I wasn't the cause of his misery. I laugh in your face, you pompous motherfucker. Humph. I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
You're up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
Yeah, but you're a goblin. You always root for the wrong people. Especially since he's the one prosecuting your sister.
Yeah, Emma, think things through a little.
Yeah, she really doesn't. That's Lost-His-Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings because he's an asshole. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. I would like to punch you in the face. Where's the punch in the face option? Would it be present my fist?
I remember if Phoenix does punch Edgeworth at any point in the series. I think he might, but it's not in this case.
Damn. I think I've already examined everything. Oh no.
You haven't examined the curious piece of paper he threw on the
That's
floor.
also true. Plus, the King of Prosecutors trophy is now open for further investigation. So there's a couple of things I can poke around at. And punch him in the face. Let's investigate that piece of paper first. I'm sure he won't mind. I wonder what he was writing before. A confession, perhaps? I should steal that.
Mr. Right, let's take a look.
Yes. Are you crazy? Lost-His-Edgeworth is sitting right there. We'll go steal his trash later. I'm sure that's a confession to the murders.
Distract him. I'll check it out.
Oh, you know what? That's a smarter plan. Hey, Lost-His-Edgeworth, I'm gonna punch you in the face. Hey, Lost-His-Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing, crawling around my feet. He didn't even look.
What? Let her up.
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says... Finally, I have driven him to the brink. Although, wait a minute, I don't know what I'm laughing about.
You're laughing about the fact that he's resigning?
Well, yeah, but I have a minor problem.
What's that?
Part of my hypothesis for why he wasn't in the next game is because I assumed he would be convicted of murder in this case.
He is in the next game. There's only one game that he's not in, and it's the fourth game.
But I was assuming that he would be convicted of murder here and then executed. But the logical reason now at this point is that he just resigns as a prosecutor and goes to live under a rock somewhere. Well, or maybe he just can't live with the guilt of being a murderer anymore. Well, we'll figure this out as we keep going. I'm still assuming he did it. It says, letter of resignation. Resignation, eh? Congratulations, Lost-His-Edgeworth. I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. Well, that's what you get when you keep killing people! I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of this is your fault.
Killing people was his decision.
He couldn't do it.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked has resulted in murder. I mean, it hasn't been a just one. Because it has resulted in murder. I can't forgive... See? He's confessing again!
He's confessing to doing something that he cannot personally forgive.
Well, okay, fine. That must be murder. And it was murder in the... It was murder...
other things?
No. It was murder just to cover up his own goddamn reputation. Like, okay, murdering his father, he's okay with. Murdering Robert Hammond, or whatever the heck his name was, he was okay with that. But what finally drove him over the edge was that he had to murder to cover his own ass for evidence forgery. Hello, Swifty! Welcome back to I laugh at Lost-His-Edgeworth for being a murderer for 5 hours. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. I've killed so many people. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Good! I'll get him up on the witness stand, I'll get him to crack and confess to murdering everybody. And that's it. Lana Skye wins.
Uh-huh. And then what do you think the Hat Man will do?
I don't care, he doesn't have a redhead.
Uh-huh. And didn't he get a redhead before?
Yeah, but now I'm protecting them a little better. You got Isle of Armor and Crown Tundra after how... Well, you know what? First of all, they might have been a little bit less expensive now, so good going, maybe. And second of all, you really weren't missing much from the Sword and Shield experience if you didn't have them. I mean, Crown Tundra is basically just like a quest to go catch a bunch of frickin' legends. Now, admittedly, one of my favorite Gen 8 Pokemon I literally did not realize existed until I actually played through the Crown Tundra. That is Spectrier. But, well, I lose track of this. It's unfair that they release Pokemon in DLC these days. Because how the heck am I supposed to keep up with how many Pokemon there are when they release Pokemon and I'm not even paying attention? It's
I
like
think
that.
the problem isn't that they're releasing Pokemon, it's that you aren't paying attention.
It's like that weird Milton Pokemon or its evolution, Milton, that they started with Pokemon Go. That's where all this nonsense started.
Milk?
Yeah.
Milk?
Milton, whatever the hell it's called. The one that looks a little
Milton.
nuts. Yeah, it's Milton and its evolution, Milton. The Bulba Garden Twitter post. I did not see that. I
I'm
have not
assuming
been.
Wyndon made it.
I would
He
assume that
tends to do
Wyndon made.
those
Yeah,
things.
Wyndon is in charge of the Bulba Garden social media. I stay far the heck away from that for reasons that I will keep to myself. I should just not be put in charge of social media channels.
You say, being the person in charge of the Twitch and YouTube
That is
channels.
multimedia, not social media. I'm good at running my mouth and being an asshole. Which is kind of what you need for a job like this. Anyway, getting on to it, you have a line.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
I will. I will laugh and push him out the door. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I... Yes! I wonder if I can use it. I'm adding it to my court record. I don't know why, but this is funny.
I think it does something at some point, probably. You
Oh,
can
I'm sure it does.
In this particular piece of evidence, there's not much to it, but you get the exact wording.
Well, I should examine other bits of evidence that I've gotten too, including that, which is nice. I like that one. I got the SL9. Let's examine the autopsy report. Name of deceased, Neil Marshall, 27 male. Date and time of death, February 19th between 7 o'clock and 7:30. Cause of death, single stab wound piercing heart and lung. Assessment, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Interesting. And the letter of resignation. Let's see. Examinate.
Select the spot, I believe.
Yes. Oh dear, someone is reading.
Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor.
He really wrote a resignation letter. No shit, Sherlock.
Wow! Even when resigning, Mr. Edgeworth is so cool and concise. Still, it wasn't his fault.
Murdering people was his decision. Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world.
Yeah, but that responsibility means nothing if he just quits.
Well, not everyone sees it that way. I sure as hell don't.
To truly take responsibility, you could have to work the rest of your life for no pay.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, hang on. I might have to... Hmm? I might have to take her side here on this one, except one minor caveat. Instead of being a prosecutor from now on, he has to work as a defense attorney for no pay. for the rest of his life.
That's what you're doing already.
Well, yeah, but I've wanted to be a prosecutor for how long, and now there's an opening. That's
yeah, and the person who takes that opening is going to be an 18-year-old girl named Franziska von Karma.
No. She's already a prosecutor. I want to take the opening left behind by Lost-His-Edgeworth.
She's already a prosecutor, but she's a prosecutor in Germany.
No, she's not. They've never been to Germany.
They literally live in Germany.
No, they do not.
They are German.
Evidently not. Alright, what's on the back of this piece of paper? See, I thought to turn it over just in case there was anything here. But apparently not.
They are German.
Anyway, let's examine the King of Prosecutors trophy.
That's my one. Let me pull it up.
It is, in fact, your
Such
line.
a prestigious award. Why would you just leave it on the couch?
Yeah, you'd think he'd want to show this thing off more than the giant steel samurai.
No, he really wouldn't.
What is it?
This is the King of Prosecutors Award, right?
No, it's the King of Jokers award.
No, Edgeworth would never get that. That goes to the Joker himself. No one does it better.
Oh, right. Of course it is. You know that.
I saw something today that looked like this somewhere.
Yes, Neil Marshall had it. Yes. Phoenix, don't be an idiot for once in your life. Something that looked like that.
He's not capable of that. Yeah, only different. What was it?
She's right. Something's amiss here. Maybe I should show Lost-His-Edgeworth that item. Huh. I should present him with a former colleague who was superior to him in every way, getting that trophy, and how his trophy was better than yours. What can I talk to him about?
Do that.
I can talk to him about forged evidence. So, would you care to confess about how long you've been forging evidence? There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. You're right. Now resign, and I will take your job. Of course you knew that the evidence was falsified, right? The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. Except it wasn't an error, you all did it on purpose. You can't fool me.
Someone sure did it on purpose.
Yeah, him! You still haven't adequately explained the luminal test being positive in his office.
I don't know. I have no memory of that.
You didn't bother looking, did you? It's the secret ending where it turns out he actually was the murderer the whole time.
There's no secret ending. Very few cases have
know
multiple
that.
endings.
Aha, so some of them actually do.
Yeah, Farewell My Turnabout does. Turnabout for Tomorrow has, I believe, 3 endings. But you're not gonna play Turnabout for Tomorrow in the current layout of your plans.
I don't have plans. You said it yourself. Anyway.
True enough. But yeah, Turnabout for Tomorrow isn't a case in a game you have.
No. But yeah, no, this one obviously...
Every case could have a second ending if you get a bunch of penalties and get hit with the guilty verdict. But I don't really consider that at an alternate ending as much as a game over.
That is a fail.
Yeah. Farewell My Turnabout, I believe, has 2 proper endings. Probably. I don't know. I've seen one of them, but I know at least one other exists. And I think Turnabout for Tomorrow has 3 endings, I guess. Like, the 2 bad ones only happen if you get penalties, but it's not like a guilty verdict and the case ends. It's, hey, this is what happened after the case ended.
And someone died.
Someone does die in... Several people die in at least one of those endings.
Fun! I might have to go for that one.
No, you don't want that.
Why?
Because one of the people who dies in that ending is a little goblin.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Anyway, the fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Also,
again, you can't go for that one unless you get the Apollo Justice Trilogy.
Oh, well, fine then. I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come? Because you're a murderer and a fraud, and your entire career was based on a house of cards. It was going to crumble eventually. Congratulations, you finally got your comeuppance. Now, are you going to confess to this murder or not?
No, because he didn't fucking do it.
I'm pretty sure I remember last week the game was pointing very heavily at him as the new suspect. In point of fact, again, may I remind you...
You have told
the ID
me about
card.
The luminol. You have expressed the luminol. Unless I am completely forgetting something, it literally does not matter.
Yeah, but there's also this, right? He was there at 4:40 before the Blue Badger was there. We have all the evidence we need.
I wonder what he might have been doing there besides murder.
Screwing around.
There's no piece of evidence we have that explains that.
No, literally, screwing around. That's why it's a screwdriver. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Lost-His-Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. About time. So, are you at least going to be around for tomorrow's trial, or are you resigning effective immediately? I'll word the question my way. Humph. First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do... I'm not worried about you. I just want to know if I get to laugh. I just want to know if I get to laugh at you for another day.
You understand that the entire plot of this game has been Phoenix is worried about Edgeworth, right?
Really? I hadn't noticed. Tell me you're not serious.
Me?
You!
This game is about the fact that Phoenix was worried about Edgeworth and became a lawyer over it.
No, he became a lawyer because of Larry Butts. That is established in the very first case.
He became a lawyer in part because of Larry Butts, because Larry Butts was somewhat involved in that class trial. I don't remember the specifics. But
I do.
He became a lawyer
Larry
to go
Butts
yell
was
at Edgeworth.
No, Larry Butts was the one who defended him.
What?
There was Larry Butts was the one who defended Phoenix. There was nobody else there.
Was Edgeworth.
There was nobody else there.
Then why the hell was there a class trial?
Because somebody's lunch money got stolen.
Okay, but if there was nobody else there except Phoenix Wright and Larry Butts was defending Phoenix Wright,
Okay,
then
nobody
who thought
else of
Phoenix Wright
significance
did it?
there.
What?
Nobody else of significance there. There were just a bunch of random NPCs. Anyway, first last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me or laugh in my face. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Aha! Good, I am doing my job.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out of the trial.
Why the hell do you not want him to? He's trying to convict your sister of murder.
Because then Winston Payne will be prosecuting, and nobody wants that.
I do, because I'll stomp all over him. She does want her sister to get off, right?
Or maybe one of the various extremely violent prosecutors will replace him.
You said last time there are basically none.
Because that would not be accurate. You know, all but 2 of the main prosecutors do attack Phoenix Wright.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I said last episode, you said that at this point in time, there are basically none other than...
Oh yeah, right.
Lana Skye...
Blackwell would still be an extremely violent prosecutor. He has a sword. I never see the sword, but he just manages to cut things. It's very confusing.
He cuts things with his sharp wit, obviously. I know, because that happens to me all the time.
Cuts things with his bird.
That's also a possibility. Regardless, right, at this point in time, Manfred von Karma is gone. Like, he's in jail. Lana Skye can't prosecute herself. Lost-His-Edgeworth really shouldn't be covering this anyway because it's a massive conflict of interest since he's a suspect. But he's still formidable, allegedly. Then there's Winston and Gaspin Payne.
Who are
That's
morons.
Yes. I'd rather take my chances with one of those if I had to defend Lana Skye for this last day of trial than this guy who fabricates evidence at the drop of a hat, man.
Actually, I'm trying to remember, but I believe Gaspin Payne does make a comment about fabricating evidence sometimes being a necessity.
Oh, I mean, Lana literally did last time.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is Gaspin Payne maybe not the best choice.
He'll be fine. He's still a pain, so I can still walk all over him. Anyway, tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. Why? Do your superiors want to torpedo this trial? I don't understand. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd.
Because Joe Dark never left any evidence except that one time.
Which makes some sense. Also, I disagree with Phoenix. He says that is odd. It depends on how many items are on that list. If there are 3 items, okay, it's odd. If there are 4 items, no, it's even. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That is what a prosecutor does, yes. And the prosecutor isn't usually involved in the investigation anyway.
Uh-huh.
That was really... What, uh-huh? Oh, hello, Luna!
Throughout the series, the prosecutors show up during investigation segments more and more.
I don't understand why.
I don't either, but yeah, they hang out at crime scenes every once in a while.
Probably because they're perpetrating the crimes. And yes, we are still rising from the ashes. I'm laughing at this asshole who says he's gonna resign now.
You realize they go to the crime scene after the crime's already been done, right?
Ah, but you know what they say. A criminal always returns to the scene of the crime.
You know, is that actually even remotely accurate throughout the series? Like,
It's possible. Well, I mean, look at Manfred von Karma, right? How many times do you think he was in that elevator since committing the crime? Several.
probably, but that might have to do with the crime scene having already been aligned with where he goes on a daily basis.
Hello, Tai T
I don't
Bulbasaur.
know that a circus barracks was a standard place for Franziska von Karma to go.
That sounds like a place she would go. Anyway, that was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Hey, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
Did we now? That picture. Something seems strange about it. They're pointing me in the direction of a picture. I don't remember what picture we're talking about.
How could you forget a picture of a very pretty woman?
They've got a picture of my wife here?
There are other pretty women.
Oh, right. They've got a picture of Irizu here?
No.
Now
They
I'm
have
really
a picture of
confused.
your very pretty client.
Oh. Yes, that makes sense. Oh, yes, I remember that picture. Yeah. There were a couple other people in it, but I don't remember anything about them. Anyway, talk to me
They
about...
don't matter.
They probably don't. Talk to me about the day of the crime. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day that Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in the ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the as in finished up planning your murder prep. I see. Finished up at...
Are twisting his words so much.
It's what's on the screen!
No.
Look, what else could he have possibly mean by finished up at the office? He wasn't working on any cases that day.
How about you just read the thing he's about to explain it?
I prefer to ignore what he says. Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff, like planning a murder. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
Object to Lost-His-Edgeworth for no reason besides that. I agree with you, Tai T Bulbasaur. Object to him for being objectionable. This.
Oh, yeah. Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. The murder of Mia Fey. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. I don't believe him.
And then Superman came in to try and steal it.
Yeah, I don't believe him. You know why I don't believe him?
Why?
Because he probably just grabbed that thing himself. and decided that he was going to use it as proof that he was ordered to go into the... Like, he's using this as a prop, right? That's like if I commit a murder, then I go into my own storage locker and I grab something and I say, oh, hey, the chief of police asked me to be in here because because of this random thingamabobber.
Maybe you should ask the chief of police about it.
I probably should, yes. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. That's right. ... Interesting. Well, I've spoken to him about everything. So...
I guess it's time to look at the picture of the very pretty woman you're defending.
let's present him with my attorney's badge. I'm suing you, buddy. I once dreamed of being a defense attorney, a long time ago.
What? You wanted to be a defense attorney, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yet a clear path is laid out before me, confessing to my crimes and getting punished. Oh dear. Well, that includes saying his actual name because you banned that word as well. You can ban that all you want, yes.
Well, I suppose we're just gonna have to call him Miles then.
No, we'll call him kilometers. I have no time to look back on what might have been. Goodman's ID. ... Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case.
Mr. Wright, Miles just told you now in a very stylish manner.
Oh, you think that's a funny voice, Swifty? You should hear my Von Karma voice, which... My throat's still not fully recovered, so the stupid Farfel Muncher reward isn't back, but I can at least try to do the Manfred Von Karma voice for a little while, just for you, Swifty. Objection! I object to this voice because it is hurting my throat, so I will stop
Then
now.
Stop!
Oh, fuck.
Drink some warm tea.
I've got some, hang on. Oh, that's better. Alright. Whose side are you on, anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. Alright, my best evidence. The King of Prosecutors trophy. You know, it wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere, like on a shelf. That has no meaning for me anymore. What do you mean, anymore? That's who I was last year. What good is it to dwell on the past? He's asking me. See, I try to do fun little voices. Only this series, though. I really don't do this for... Well, I didn't do this for Breath of the Wild. I don't do this for Tears of the Kingdom, and I don't do this in my Pokemon series. But this one, I'm going all out with the voice acting, as much as I can.
Makes me kind of mad. Actually, something's been troubling me about the shield. Look, do you notice anything different?
That's not even close to what you're saying.
And my script is a lying.
Probably.
Arg! Why can't he just accept it graciously?
Now you've got this.
Yeah, I have to read off your screen because my script doesn't know.
Well, it's what you were reading before. It just, they added the line.
Actually, something's been troubling me about this shield. Look, do you notice anything different?
It's a shield. Different?
Yeah, don't you remember the other shield in the court record?
Boy, they are really pushing. this one thing that I cannot possibly think of what I'm supposed to do. Okay, well, clearly this is a shield. Dot, dot, dot. Yes, yes, yes. The parking stub is very clearly a shield.
Yes, certainly.
Look, the blue badger is a shield. In fact, it was my shield. It's what protected me from Lana Skye's conviction.
It's also what protected the bloodstain you need to
Yes.
study. Or, I don't think we can study it
No,
any
not
farther,
but like
but the bloodstain that I assume
that
is
made my
relevant.
case. Yes. All right. Let's see. Boy, oh boy, he's not going to react to anything, is he? I should probably just stop.
The ID card record and evidence locker, those are both the same thing. The screwdriver, the photo of the pretty lady.
I should probably just stop showing it. Oh, the photo of the pretty lady, right. I showed... Wait, he's not reacting to the photo of the pretty lady.
Wrong photo of the pretty lady.
I have multiple photos of the pretty lady.
Why would you ever not have multiple photos of the pretty lady?
That's true, I have multiple Reju shirts. Yeah, no, very, very clearly I'm not getting anything out of him, so I should just stop trying. He's too much of a professional.
You've gotten things out of him so far with other things, so clearly you're just showing him the wrong shit.
I'm sure there's nothing I can show him that's right. Oh, hey, it's the screwdriver. Dot, dot, dot. Come now, right? You can't seriously expect me to just sit down and chat. Oh, yeah, no. It's...
Oh, this is actually unique. It just starts the same.
But this isn't related to the case, remember? You said so yourself. So I did.
Chief Gant gave this to you that day, didn't he? He asked you to bring it here from the police department.
The chief is a very competent man, but sometimes he does things that don't make any sense. Dot, dot, dot. At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make sense. Like you
AKA
dumbass.
every other character in this series.
A certain detective comes to mind. And a certain prosecutor. Goodman's lost
And a
item
certain
report.
defense attorney.
Yes, well. Alright, let's see. The evidence room floor plans. Now? Alright, the rubber glove. I'm telling you, there's nothing here. This guy is a wall. Even that bit about the screwdriver really didn't do me any good. Though I could potentially use a screwdriver myself. A little orange juice, a little vodka.
Oh, that's a drink.
Yes.
And I don't think it will tighten the loose screws in your head at all.
Probably not. It might make them a little looser, though. Alright, show him Marshall's fingerprints. Well, that was my best evidence. So there probably really is nothing I've got for him.
You know, except the remaining picture of the pretty lady.
The security video, of course.
There's no pretty lady in the security video.
That's true, the Blue Badger's a guy. SL9 incident files? Alright, how about this one? Nothing? Really? Okay. How about your resignation letter? They say, where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently, I was so caught up in the smoke, I lost sight of the truth and the fire. kilometers. The others are right. I have no right to serve as a prosecutor. Good. I'm glad we both see reason.
But Miles, you are only doing your job. God, it feels so weird addressing him by a first name.
I've always made my own decisions about what I can or cannot do. And that hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot. Well, of course not. You're a fucking murderer. Also, congratulations on the wild wandering Malamar. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Good.
You're right. Please, you have to do something.
What do you want me to do?
Talk him out of it?
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I... Yes, I'm going to use it for something. Alright, well that was the last bit of evidence that I have.
What about the picture of the pretty lady?
I showed him a picture of the pretty lady and he didn't react.
Show him the other picture of the pretty lady.
There's another picture of the pretty lady?
Again, why would you ever not have two pictures of the pretty lady?
Oh, the ID card report. You know what? This is probably what I have to... Considering the fact that I had to confront Red White and... what's her name? Dee Vasquez and Manfred von Karma with the direct evidence of their committing the murder. This is probably what I have to present him with the ID card report. It seems everything in this case is designed to cast doubt on me. No, that's just what you want me to believe when it's very clear you actually committed the murder, buddy. Hey, don't look at me. It's not my fault you're terrible at covering your tracks. Yes, I went into the evidence room on the day of the crime, and I probably killed Bruce Goodman, too. Chief Gant asked me to kill him.
Take evidence from a case solved 6 months ago back to the prosecutor's office because Superman kept breaking into the evidence room to steal it.
I have a locker in there as well, and I didn't just conveniently take this prop with me to make it look like I was asked to go in there by the chief of police, assuming nobody would bother asking him about that, because he is a busy man. Did you notice anything amiss when you were in the evidence room? That room's always dark, and I was in a hurry because I just killed somebody and needed to get the fuck out of there. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary, except for the body I was carrying. And you said that the evidence locker does the same thing?
Yeah, it does the same thing as the ID card record.
Interesting. I don't know why. Also, I told you he had a locker in there. You didn't believe me.
Look, you have no idea how unimportant the fact that he has a locker in there is.
It's very important.
It literally does not matter.
Oh hey, another photo of a pretty lady.
Let's present that. You had 2 photos of the pretty lady.
True, I did. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself, which apparently you can't do even after you were born. He had to wait until he was this old to get the name Neil Marshall. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Really? I hadn't noticed anything wrong. Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, it's a little different than yours.
Nah, it's exactly the same. I think you're overanalyzing this little science goblin.
I'm a science goblin. Overanalyzing is my whole thing.
Yeah, see, the locker is important because it's Lost-His-Edgeworth's locker, and everything... well, it's important because it's proves that he had reason... Yes, easily.
I don't believe you.
It's been way more than 5 minutes.
Then we are really slow at getting through things.
No shit, Sherlock. Anyway, yes, you're
Hey,
right.
no. We use Sherlock Holmes in this house.
I remember now. Remember what? That was when the official prosecutor's trophy, that was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
Story?
Like a bedtime story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. What?
I thought contradiction was our thing.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, let's present that again. Oh, it's just gonna go through that whole thing again, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Why?
Because what this actually does is create a talk option.
A what? An examine option?
If you exit this court record list in the present, you see that one of these buttons says talk.
Oh, right, the court record. With the luminol.
No.
Yeah, this one. It's still showing that blood, by the way. I haven't talked to him about that. Okay, hang on. Examine, move, present, options,
There
court
is a
record.
button between move and present. It says talk.
Well, don't be ridiculous. This is a game. It can't talk. Oh, hey. Tell me about this King of the Prosecutors trophy. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters, Mickey Mouse and Goofy. I mean, the first means halberd, and the second means shield.
What does Goofy have to do with a shield?
What does Mickey Mouse have to do with a halberd?
Everyone knows what Mickey Mouse has to do with a halberd.
They're 2 characters. But anyway, the first means halberd, the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Yes, I believe we were talking about Pokemon Sword and Shield earlier today. Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Once upon a time, there was a man who ate too many potatoes. Oh, never mind. He has too many nosebleeds. It's allergy season after all. No, it's not. It's like February.
It's February in California.
Yes. Pokemon Sword and Shield didn't exist in 2001. You know what? That's a fair point.
This game is set in 2016.
But yeah, this game is in 2016. But the Switch didn't. Yeah, I was gonna say the Switch didn't exist until 2017, and Pokemon didn't go onto the Switch until after that. Anyway, long ago, in the kingdom of Choo-Choos, there were a lot of gelatinous creatures that could be either regular, or icy, or electrical, or fiery, and you would shoot them and get their jelly. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chew, there was an arms merchant. Apparently, he didn't like dealing with legs. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. Uh-huh. I see exactly where this is going, and I know this story. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon, except what happens when they attack each other.
Well, shields aren't really made for attacking, so...
You apparently haven't been using shields in Tears of the Kingdom effectively, have you?
I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom.
Well, you probably should. Put one of those Zonai rocket constructs on them, use it, and see yourself go flying in the air. It's very fun. Anyway, objection! Those claims contradict each other. No shit, Sherlock! That's why he's telling a story of contradictions. Very perceptive. But then again, you have heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless because he had been called out as a liar. And thus...
A liar and or an idiot.
Well, no, I think he was a swindler.
Not a very smart one.
No, really not a very smart one. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. In other words, you would have used them against each other and broken them both. Even if it results in something as ugly as this, or your face.
Wow! Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something today.
That was a good one. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? ... You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant, I need to talk to him about several things. Like, I need to destroy this guy's lullaby.
That's... A knife isn't a halberd?
They're really not, no.
There was never a halberd on the shield to begin with. That's just a knife.
Yes, well, that makes perfect sense. Anyway, 2 years ago, the halberd was removed at Gant's behest, giving it its current form. That makes some sense.
Right, there's nothing else to do here. You can finally free yourself from talking to Lost-His-Edgeworth.
Can I laugh at him once more before I leave?
Okay.
Or present him with his letter of resignation again. Do it! I fucking dare you! Hey, I have 2 more slots for evidence.
There's not actually a limit to how much a court record can hold. There's just 2 more slots left on this page.
Boy, we're really pushing that, though.
There's no limit.
I'm out of here.
Yes, I believe this case is the case with the most evidence in the entire series.
See you later, loser. Okay, there's something actually happening here. Oh, does this mean what I think it means?
Excuse me? Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef?
Hey, it's you, the other pretty lady. Ms. Starr! I guess she's out of lunches. What do you mean she's out of lunches? She's giving me a lunch!
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
What? But, yeah, but, yeah, you know, she has a point, but I really didn't want to think about that. Angel Starr broke my brain.
That was very hard for me to deliver with a straight face, by the way.
Can you do anything with a straight face?
No, I suppose not.
Anyway, everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be this can't all be attributed to mere coincidence, because in this universe, there is no such thing as coincidence. ...
Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness.
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. But he was probably already dead.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Ms. Starr's hatred toward Lana. Yeah, I could definitely see them getting married in the future. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
A perfectly foreseeable outcome.
I would
makes total sense.
Look, I would definitely see Lana being the one making Angel change her last name. Just saying. It all dates. So look, here's the thing, Angel. I feel like you wouldn't care that I'm digging up all this shit about the case 2 years ago, because that's what you and Jake Marshall were trying to do in the first place, and I got that fucking confession out of Lana that you suspected for how long.
I don't think she's mad about it. I think she's just surprised.
She had that kind of angry expression on her face. But anyway, it all dates back to 2 years ago. Alright, let us examine Angel Starr. Damn it, I can't! But I think I've still gotten everything here examined that I can. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay. Then let us talk to this pretty lady. Talk to me about the Dark investigation.
Oh, Dark. That's not a name I'll soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh. How did he hate? I am not gonna attempt this timeline any further.
So here's the thing. Here's what because they outlined his murders and all of that stuff, right? And you assumed that because he was killing the witnesses, it was one right after the other, right after the other, right after the other. But I don't think so. Like, the way it could have worked is that he killed... Well, certainly in one of those instances, we know he was literally in the middle of digging graves and burying the bodies when someone snuck up on him. You know, so in that instance... He probably... It took him maybe a little while to track down the witnesses and then kill them. So he was trying to cover... That's probably how it went.
I suppose. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy.
Excuse you?
Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell.
Well, wait a minute. You mean this definitely doesn't make sense? Because his brother was killed right at the tail end of the case. And he was arrested in the... So there was no point in time between when he killed Neil Marshall and when they would have been tracking him down. Because he killed him right in the police office and was arrested on the spot by Lana Skye. That's what makes no sense. Unless they're about to explain it. Anyway, you mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two.
Oh, I guess they're not going to
After
explain
Neil
it.
died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her?
Lana Skye. My sister. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant.
Okay, this makes that makes absolutely no sense. Because again, there was no time after Neil was murdered that they would have had to pursue Dark. They had him. And that was the one evidence.
Timelines that add up.
That was the one instance where they actually had evidence that he did it. Forged or not, but regardless. Tell me about after the case closed.
That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we're so shocked over how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team had even never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have enough proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. Huh? After that case, all of us saved Goodman, and were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
So, here's one minor thing. Angel and Jake Marshall seem to have a thing against prosecutors for forging evidence. But Lana Skye was a detective when she forged evidence. And then she transferred to the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, I don't know.
Some of this doesn't make any sense. If you think about it too much, your head will catch on fire. Oh wait, mine is already on fire.
I will get the fire extinguisher. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it seems. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
See? Okay, so she understands that Lana was being manipulated, so I feel like she can forgive Lana, and they will get married in the future. Maybe.
I'm so happy for them.
Look, you realize I'm just doing this to cover my ass when I accidentally said Angel Skye last time.
Yeah, but it's still funny.
Oh, of course. Anyway, she was being used? Probably by Lost-His-Edgeworth. Tell me about this legendary duo.
Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 years ago, Gant was chief detective, and Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism? Wow. Well, hold on. So we heard about Damon Gant literally raising the temperature of a room. Now she's talking about magnetism. This guy really is a force of nature. And no, we haven't gotten back into the big office yet. He might... Funny you should mention that. I've actually been rewatching X-Men Evolution recently.
Yeah, and everything we know he does is a thing that X-Men do, right?
It can
Sorta.
be, yes.
All of his superpowers are stolen straight from the X-Men.
I mean, strictly speaking, I'm sure you could also find characters in DC that do the same things, but that's fine.
But we already have a DC superhero.
Fair enough. Anyway, his ability to attract
By
evidence...
that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produce the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence? You mean...
Oh, yes. There were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though.
I take it she's talking about forged evidence. So again, this is a detective doing this. I fail to see how she would get animus or animosity towards prosecutors when it's literally the deputy chief of police doing this shit. You'd think she'd have gotten disgusted with her job instead of getting disgusted with the prosecutors. Like, I don't know. I think she's just being tsundere. I think she really is.
Tsundere for Lana?
Yes.
Obviously. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh, yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she'd lost her own brother.
Huh.
And it wasn't for her. What?
I said, huh.
I don't think Jake Marshall would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr? That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? ...
I feel like you are going to forgive her. Talk to me about being used. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
Ah, she flipped her hair. I like when she flips her hair. Well, what? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
Ah, but he hadn't factored on Red White stumbling across his plans and also controlling the prosecutor's office.
Who gives a fuck about Red White?
Evidently she does, or are you forgetting case 2?
Okay, but does he really have a reason to give a fuck about Red White if he's also just using the same thing?
I mean, Red White had the dirt on him.
But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her to change.
At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom. Don't you call her an ugly mess! For God's sakes, you thought April May was cute, and yet you're calling Angel Starr an ugly mess?
Phoenix, your taste in women this game is not good.
It's utterly horrible. God damn, this guy is... I'm done with him. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play another game as this moron. Like, he's even worse than Link.
But is it... Can you really not forgive... Can you really not put up with this tasted woman long enough to meet Eeny Meeny?
He's probably going to call her an ugly mess, too.
Well, you can yell at him.
I can't really yell at anybody, and actually yelling at him for this also hurt my throat.
Drink more tea.
It got cold.
That's unfortunate.
Oh well. Thank you, Ms. Starr.
You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
I love you too. Alright, let us...
She's in love with Lana.
I know. Let us present my attorney's badge.
I don't have anything else to tell you. Miss Starr? The only thing I can give you now is a poppy seed rice set.
Talk about cheap.
Eat this, and maybe you'll be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow.
I doubt it. Is that what she says about everything?
Yeah.
Was there the ability to present her with stuff before I spoke to her?
Nope.
Can I show her the photo of her future wife?
You can, but I don't know if she's gonna... But I don't think she's gonna say anything about it.
Nope, okay. Well, that's okay. We all know where this is going. Alright, let us move.
Where are we moving?
I feel like I should go to the detention center and talk to Lana some more. Maybe some relevant information there.
Or you talk to her future wife.
I just spoke to your future wife. She says she still hates you. I'm sure she's just being tsundere, don't give up. Alright, with that done, let's go to the Criminal Affairs Department. Alright. Oh, you're back! And the rest of you, too! You're still here? I, gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing
Apparently
coffee...
dinner has been cooked, so...
Boy,
I will disappear briefly.
They're actually being good about making you eat dinner.
Yeah,
I'm proud of them.
But not at a remotely consistent time. On Saturday they had me eat it at 10.
That explains why you ended streaming early.
At 7, and tonight it's 9.
Anyway, we'll see you soon. Anyway, brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. Disc jockey? You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Yeah, I figured that's what he meant. Desk jockey, not disc jockey. Dot, dot, dot. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. Question mark? I'm not letting you into the chief's office. Period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Well... I happen to have picked up another piece of evidence. Of course, while Dawning's not here, I'm going to examine the babes in uniform calendar without her. Hey, what's he working on now? Must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Oh, Francesca, you're more lovely than a marsupial at... What? Quiet, Jean-Marc. Words will just spoil the moment. Now, yeah, if you're talking to her about marsupials, that will in fact ruin the moment. Now, hold me close. Yes, this approach allows for much more. Yes, plenty of intrigue. ... Seems he's given up on the mystery genre. Anything from the... No, okay. Alright. Yeah, so apparently there is in fact something we gotta present to him, and I do know exactly what it is. It's this one! No, okay, it's very, very, very obvious what I need to do. Because this guy, for some reason, cares about that jackass, so this is gonna be what changes his mind. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? ... No way! Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we just... well, we betrayed him. Detective? ... That's it. I've made up my mind. But... here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as dominated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth's sake. Alright, Detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket. A police ID card allows access to areas of the PD open to detectives. Damn! I wanted to keep that resignation letter forever. Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic. Hey, don't you insult my buddy like that! Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch. His shirt isn't buttoned at all. He's got the narrow end of his tie. He does not! You're both blind! ... I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue. You insult... Stop insulting the poor guy. He's helping you. Huh, what's it say on the back? It says police department in the back over there. What does the rest of this say? It feels like I'm not wearing my glasses. Good lord. I feel like I see 300%, like, right here. Or maybe 100%, but I can't tell. Obviously, that says police department. Anyway. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Now, let us move to the chef's office. February. See, I get through shit much faster if Dawning's not here. Not that I dislike having Dawning here. It's very fun, but... Here goes. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Click. Beep. Beep. Beep! Intruder alert! Intruder alert! We're in! If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Eek! Gah! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. What? He actually came with us, and we didn't notice him coming with us. God damn, everybody in this game is fucking stupid. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like... He came with us, you fucking moron! Why is everybody in this game so goddamned incompetent? Anyway, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. Like I said, he literally came with us. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID card. What? Why the fuck did I do that? Why the fuck did I do that? I don't understand that. Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. I do too. It doesn't even have the crushed remains of his... But I don't understand why... Like, even Gumshoe was pissed about that. Alright, tell me about the chief's office. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister? Oh, right, I'm not talking to Gumshoe, I'm talking to Emma. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. The world needs more alerts. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant, and the cleaning lady who's in here every morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Probably not, so why the hell did you want to come in here in the first place? Talk to me about the chief. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? ... Why do you ask? You don't think, nah, you wouldn't be, no. ... Nah, there's no way, never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. You do realize I'm the guy who got Von Karma, I'm the guy who got Von Karma convicted of murder, right? Anyway, okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Or at all, because I haven't done that yet. Hey, hold on, not so fast there, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Where are we?
Nowhere.
Are we under the Chief Gant talk option?
No. See,
With Gumshoe?
we're literally nowhere. There's nothing in the background. Nothing.
Okay, but what are we talking about?
Chief Gant.
Did we get here by selecting the Chief Gant talk option with Gumshoe?
Yes. Also, do you still have food in your mouth?
No.
No, because it sounded for a little while like you did have food in your mouth.
Weird.
You sound better now. Anyway, yeah. Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? I think he's a wonderful person who would never lie and forge evidence, and I want to blame Lost-His-Edgeworth entirely. Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again.
Poor Gumshoe.
Look! I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure the present is exactly the same for him here as it is everywhere else. By the way...
Oh, let me pull it up.
I haven't figured out why the hell I crushed Gumshoe's ID card.
That seems like a silly thing to do.
It was a really stupid thing to do. But alright, let's move. Let's get the hell out of here before we get caught. No, let's examine. I want to examine Lana Skye's area more. Let's look at the window. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump out. Gumshoe, are you suicidal? Do I need to give you a hug, buddy? No, he's not. He just wants to resign, that's all. I think I need to give Gumshoe a hug because he's considering jumping out a window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just, saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. What? Making Detective has made you more suicidal? I don't understand this guy.
Please get a better job, sir.
You have a line?
Note to self. Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
See that.
Alright, let's see. Hey, there's this... I don't know if this is like the... Well, it's a little cabinet, but it's a photo on the cabinet. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame left on the left shelf.
Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. ...
Interesting. Let's see. Why does this have a check mark next to it? Oh, because it's the shelves over there, okay. That they're all the same shelves. How the hell was I supposed to know? They're literally separated by a frickin' wall. Let's take a closer look at that photo of the pretty lady.
This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Alright, let's check out her tidy desk. Objection, indeed! This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy.
Bigfoot.
And hello, Bigfoot.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
Oh, it's going very well. I am about this close to convicting Kilometers Lost-His-Edgeworth of murder. I just need to get evidence that's here in the chief's room.
Keep telling yourself that.
What do you mean keep That's where this game is leading me.
It is absolutely not.
The game asked me what I feel about Chief Gant, and it's very clear that he is a very wonderful fellow who would never break any of the rules. Anyway, she's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? Dun dun dun.
No, the organ is the thing that makes the dun dun dun.
I'm not gonna push the organ, because that's just gonna get Chief Gant over here, and I don't want to see him. Look, as much as I like the guy, I don't want him to come in right now because I technically broke into his office and he can arrest me for trespassing. Anyway, let's look at the window behind his suit of armor, which is totally not suspicious. The suit of armor is not suspicious anyway.
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here...
At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh.
Stained glass or not, it is a huge window. Let's take a look-see at this armor that was very clearly never used as a murder weapon at any point in time. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for cheap imitations. First the pipe organ, and now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
Do you even pay taxes? You're 16.
I mean, not yet, but I choose to believe that she never will.
I mean, she's going to be earning taxpayer money as her salary if she ends up working for the police department. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful of what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if...
If he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Hey, cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Then why the hell did you let me break into his office? Because I showed you a crumpled piece of paper?
Because Gumshoe is capable of bravery in necessary situations.
He is. He's a good guy. Unlike that Kilometers Lost-His-Edgeworth fellow, who is definitely a murderer. Anyway, let's take a look at the chief's desk.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
I mean, he's a big guy, he needs a big desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant! You put that paper... Look, that paper was not important! It's a frickin' report! I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this stuff.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? Hey, it's the SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, Detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence... We heard this already! Normally they're... But it's... Look, it's because they couldn't find evidence because Joe Dark wasn't leaving any behind. There's no mystery here. There's no mystery here. Why are we building this into some complicated mystery? Normally they're twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a... Yeah, exactly. There wasn't a lot of evidence here. We know this for a fact. A half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as... Again, there's no fucking mystery here. It's just Lost-His-Edgeworth's last-ditch attempt to push the chief under the bus. What would the other half of the list be doing? What?
I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case.
What? Now I'm totally confused.
We have here half a list of evidence. Edgeworth has, with him, half a list of evidence.
No, it's the same list.
Well.
Hello, KR.
Hey, KR.
I'm so confused. Those lists looked exactly the same to me.
Well.
Chief must be hiding something about the case. I disagree. It's Lost-His-Edgeworth hiding something about the case.
I wonder if there's anything left in this room to examine that might turn out to be an important thing.
What do you mean ripped in half? That does not look like it's been ripped. That is a full fucking sheet of paper.
Who said ripped in half? Did the game?
Yes, evidence list. List of evidence in the SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. So now the fucking game is even lying to cover up Lost-His-Edgeworth. I can't trust the damn thing this game says anymore. I can't.
Yeah, I know how this goes, so...
That is not ripped in half. And Lost-His-Edgeworth didn't mention that the sheet he had was ripped either, and you'd think he'd have fucking noticed that. There is definitely a conspiracy, and the game itself is in on it. Alright, let's check the desk again. Because I can.
Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk.
We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that
list. It's the same fucking list. It looks exactly the same. What would this list be doing here? We'd better look a little more into the... Yes, fine. Okay, court record. Let's look at this list.
Let's make an interesting discovery using a skill Phoenix never learned.
See, it still looks like a full sheet of paper.
Not that skill.
Alright, let's rotate it. Because always look at the sheet, always look at the other side of the sheet of paper. I see nothing suspicious here.
Really?
Really?
Because it looks to me like someone doodled on it.
Well, yes, of course someone doodled on it. I know who doodled on it.
Who doodled on it?
The tiny goblin.
When would the tiny goblin get an opportunity to doodle on an evidence list?
Hell if I know, but I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving around like that, Mr. Wright?
Because I'm actually... Oh, yeah, you're right. This is, in fact, the one skill that Phoenix never learned to do, is turn sheets of paper over. Why are your eyes moving around like that, Mr. Wright?
Yes,
Absolutely
it's very
nothing.
funny.
I better not forget about this picture. I have instantly forgotten that it exists.
Welcome to the lying to Emma section of the case.
Well, if I hadn't, I would have found out that she doodled this picture.
That's not the end of the lying to Emma section of this case.
Well, that's really rude. I shouldn't do that. Anyway, let's see. That's just a vase. That's just another vase. Can't check those cabinets down there. Maybe he's hiding something in the organ. The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. I'm not sure if it's a liver, or if it's a stomach, or if it's a heart, or if it's a kidney, but it sure is a sight to behold. And it sure is an organ of some kind.
I'm pretty sure it's a lung.
It might be. Occasionally we are employing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When
It is the same building.
It's supposed to be the same building, but it says an entirely different building, so... When a detective... It does.
I didn't notice that, and it doesn't say that on this script.
Then they changed yet another silly thing.
Uh-huh.
When a detective screws up, the chief calls him into his office. It makes them listen to the organ for hours. It's a very squishy noise because it's just a slippery organ outside of a freezer. I'm not sure how the thing hasn't rotted yet.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally.
But aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway. That's besides the point. So he's not hiding anything. He's not hiding anything in the organ. I would have sworn he was hiding something in the organ. Well, there's nothing else I can investigate in here.
Back to the right side.
I'm back on the side.
Go over to the right side.
But there was nothing else I could see there.
Scroll back over to Chief Gant's side of the office.
Fine, but there's nothing here. Oh, the rug. Of course. Or the mark.
Not what I was thinking of, but sure.
Well, that's your line.
This mark looks like some kind of flower.
The word is he designed that after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor's badge? Lost-His-Edgeworth never shows me his prosecutor's badge. I'm always showing him my defense attorney's badge. He never shows me his prosecutor's badge. Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar. What? They have badges too. The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system.
Now that you mention it, it does look all pointy and kind of painful.
Just like the Blue Badger. Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth never shows me his badge. That's because he's a shop dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit.
Oh, Sharp dressers don't need to wear badges?
Well, if the entire point of the badge is to be sharp and pointy and show the harshness of the punishment, a sharp dresser gets across the same point, wouldn't you say?
Suppose it does. Huh.
I guess everyone just kinda lets it slide. Plus, everyone hates him anyway. I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. I just fucking explained it to you not a minute ago, Phoenix! Speaking of
He's
getting
not very smart.
He really isn't.
Okay.
Alright, fine. Speaking of getting the point, I think I've gotten the point, and I have to investigate the armor again. No?
Are you intentionally going right over the obvious thing?
What obvious thing?
So, you see how this wall is purple, right?
Yes, there is a purple wall. Oh, the color of the wall itself.
Right next to the wall that contrasts significantly.
Yeah, I scanned my bag. Like I was looking over here earlier. There was nothing to find, right? There's these cabinets, there's the vase, there's literally nothing here to scan.
Look next to the vase.
Yeah, it's another vase.
Look on the other side of the vase.
It's a wall.
No.
I've been over this several times. There's nothing here. See? No clues here.
You are not paying very good attention, or you are just being ridiculous on purpose. And I
Which would be
cannot tell
funnier?
which it is.
But seriously.
Up a little tiny bit.
Okay, a little tiny bit.
That's not up. A little more.
Okay.
A little.
Okay.
A little more.
Okay.
A little too much.
Okay.
Yeah. A little bit.
Alright, let's actually look at the safe.
Thank you.
You're welcome. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
Well, I guess I'm never going to be able to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Don't touch it! It's fingerprint encoded!
It's not fingerprint encoded.
Better wait until I
Input the
find something
number,
more
please.
7-digit number. Didn't we see enough? Yes, we saw plenty of them. How about we try entering my birth date?
Oh, you fool.
I don't think that will work now. Alright. What number should I put in? Well, what's... Okay, hang on. Eight 730-579. Dawning, remember that.
I'm not gonna remember that.
Well, then how the hell do they expect us to remember that when inputting the code?
Why would Edgeworth's ID number be Gant's safe code?
I don't know! Because he's got dirt on Lost-His-Edgeworth in there.
Okay, then why would he put in a number that would be easy for Edgeworth specifically to guess, so he can feel it?
Why the... here's a better question for you. Why the fuck would anybody put 777-7777 as the combination to their safe? Because that's where this is fucking leading.
I don't know, it's not.
That is a
very
stupid combination.
smart, however.
Alright, fine. Let's input a number. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date. It's, I have a better idea. Are they actually gonna... Okay, good. They're actually gonna let me do this.
The code.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no! Intruder alert! Intruder alert! I was so sure that was the number. Yeah, so simple that...
Check the court record again.
So simple that nobody would ever guess it. Alright, again, I don't know how the hell they expect me to remember Lost-His-Edgeworth's number.
They don't.
Then which one of these is it supposed to be? Again, 777 7777 is a really fucking stupid combination.
Uh-huh. And you remember what universe we're living in, right?
God fucking damn it, you're right. And then a paper shredder turns on it. You know what? I wouldn't doubt it. Like, I put in the code wrong, and now everything in there has been turned to ash. Alright, let's input the damn number. Fine. I don't know if it's coincidence or not, but the cursor was actually over 7 this time. It's probably over 7
it was
because
over
that's...
7 because
yeah,
that's what you ended on last time.
that's what I probably was, but... 1, 2, 3, 4... I've lost count. How many 7s is that?
That is 1 7 too many.
Oh, okay. Let me backspace. Well, this doesn't seem to be working. I'll try another 7 and one more beyond that. That is the stupidest fucking code on the history of the world. Hey, look! Toast!
And we're living in a world full of idiots. I'm
Toast!
not sure what you expected.
Yeah, there are 7 7s indeed. Alright, bingo!
What number did you enter?
Literally the same number 7 times. Whose birthday was that, pal? 777 7777. The final ID card number on that record. The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day, which makes it even fucking stupider that he uses that as the combination to his goddamn Ow, my throat hurts. You mean 777 777 that ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. And that can only mean one thing. On a pure mathematical point of view, except, yeah, people do try repetition first. Which is really stupid, but... I don't know. This is the Ace Attorney universe. I should stop expecting people to be smart. I will be less disappointed.
All of the smartest characters in this series are birds.
Yes. I will be less disappointed in humanity if I stop expecting them to be smart. Alright. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Or he just used the guest pass number.
So, why would the guest pass number be registered as a executive officer number?
Because, like I said, I'm the guest, and I'm a multimedia executive.
You're not the only guest.
And?
Why would they register it as an executive officer number specifically for one guest who may or may not come.
I always show up, especially when I'm not invited. Like right now.
Oh, anyone care to look inside?
No, I don't think we're going to find anything in there. Well, it doesn't look like I can. So why don't I go back to the Criminal Affairs Department? Alright, fine. Let's examine the now opened safe. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Is that really what you care about, man?
He's broke. Look, it's
It's a bird, it's a plane, it's an egg salad sandwich? What would an egg salad sandwich be doing in this safe?
Next line is Gumshoes.
It's a shard from a broken cup? This somehow looks familiar. Gee, you dumbass, where have you seen this before?
There's something else in here too.
What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. With a
This is a
handprint on
handprint,
it.
isn't it?
Yes. Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You'd think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it was just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe?
Sounds about right. Like I said, it's nothing actually important. Apparently so. It's empty now. The piece of cloth with the handprint on it, and the broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I just can't let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 ins? Well, gee, I wonder how the fuck that first one is.
Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective.
So I gotta present him some evidence then.
Yes, sure do.
Alright then. Let us present you with my attorney's badge. Hand over that evidence, or I will have you sued. Let's see. Gee, this unstable jar looks familiar.
Well, perhaps you should present it. See if he has anything to say.
Let's see, he probably won't.
But it never hurts to ask.
True. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days, like, literally yesterday. It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right, one of the shards of the SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Nah, it doesn't look a thing like
that
it.
One.
It doesn't look a thing like it. No, I think you're both barking up the wrong tree. Exclamation mark. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble the fragments. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack. Don't crack the damn shard. Go ahead, pal.
Cracked enough.
Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Let's see. Rotate left. Rotate right. Well, gee, I'm lost. I can't figure this out at all. Well, that didn't work at all. There, it fits like a charm. And that, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. I knew it. This game does have a conspiracy. It's conspiring against Chief Gant to cover up Lost-His-Edgeworth's crime. I won't let the game get away with this. Did you say your line yet, by the way? Because I didn't hear you if you did.
What?
Hey, guys, get a load of this. What is it? That piece you just attached. It's different from the others. Is it
There's a
now?
reddish line on it.
A reddish line. It must be ketchup. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable jar updated in the court record. Evidence from the SL9 incident. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Blood traces. Alright. Let's check this a little more thoroughly now. Dawning, you have a line?
Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Emma, are you colorblind? That is not hard to make out.
Looks like blood.
This piece of the Chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots, but this one's a line. That's not a line, that's a zigzag.
A little bit. That is odd. Specifically because there are 3 separate parts, right? There's the lower one, there's the upper one, and there's the one that's like the crooked bit, like the zigzag. I wonder what it could mean. Let's zoom in and find out. Hey, you know what? That says something, doesn't it?
What might it say?
It says that the bottom of this thing is, well, it doesn't have a bottom. But we knew this already.
What a useful jar.
That is weird. Which side is up?
I think we've already examined
We have.
this dialogue.
We have indeed. But what would that say? Well, that almost looks like an E, right? If I connect from
Maybe.
this dot to there, and then there, and then there, that could be like the beginning of an M? No! Hold on a fucking moment.
Regrettably, yes.
Right? That's definitely an E. I feel like that is supposed to be an M, and then... So it says Emma. Okay. The little science goblin who was in the room at the time. Okay. I'm not sure what significance that means. It's probably about the same significance as that receipt that had Maya written on it. Anyway, present. And I don't know why, but I feel like I want to present him a picture of a pretty lady.
He already has a pretty lady that, well, I don't... Maggie's not really my type, but he has a picture of a lady that he likes.
If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. So that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative, Detective. We do want you to share your information, though.
Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with.
We're got to stay positive.
Okay.
So, the other piece of evidence we need to prove is relevant, right?
Yeah, is...
What did it have on it?
a handprint.
Uh-huh, and what might be useful for connecting handprints to anything?
Another handprint.
Or perhaps... That wasn't the thing.
No, that's something that I'd seen him talk about already. Oh, jeez. What could I possibly have to present? Oh, of course, a glove! See if the handprint matches the glove. Well, now I'm confused. Try this. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
Great idea, Detective.
Alright, good it down. Sheesh. Dot dot dot.
Dot dot dot.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand out like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
Dot dot dot. It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, wait. I knew that. That's the one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow away the rest.
I forgot how to do this. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Let's see, there's a fingerprint. Well, that's a right-handed fingerprint. Let's see.
Damn, I guess whoever left this fingerprint must have used their right hand.
It's Lost-His-Edgeworth. Don't think I forgot, by the way, that he conveniently left himself off of the list of fingerprints. So this is where I get him, right? That's his handprint that we found. I know it. This is going to be what screws Lost-His-Edgeworth over. Probably. Maybe. Who knows? No, wait a minute. The game is going to bat for Lost-His-Edgeworth. So knowing me, this will probably be Gant's handprint or something.
It's worth gloves.
Well, now he does, because he made a mistake all that time ago and had handprints. Ugh, this takes a while. Am I really supposed to be dusting all of this?
Yeah.
Probably.
Absolutely. How else could you possibly obtain a fingerprint?
You're not wrong. This is also very relaxing. Alright, there's still some up in the corner over here. I believe that's about as good as I can get it. And with a single blow... I gave it my best shot.
This kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
It doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger then.
Well, that sucks. I don't even remember. I think I used this finger. Let's try this one, because it looks darker.
Darker, you say?
Yeah, like it's been more solidly imprinted on the fabric, or the cloth, or the whatever.
Darker? You mean like...
Like what?
Like Joe Dark?
Oh, it might be... Well, no, it wouldn't be his handprint. I don't even think I've got his fingerprints. Anyway, strictly speaking, I haven't actually gotten a bad fingerprint yet, so... I feel like that was sort of necessary for completion's sake to at least show off that it is possible to get bad fingerprints.
Yeah.
Also, I didn't want to choose the middle finger again because I figured that was too obvious.
The middle finger is the only one on this hand that works.
So this hand wanted to give me the middle finger too.
Yes, exactly.
What is it with all these hands wanting to give me the finger? What have I ever done to them?
Look, sometimes it's just fun. What other finger are they meant to give you?
A thumbs up for doing a good job.
But you don't do a good job.
Alright. Damon Gant. Angel Starr. Oh, it's Mike Meekin's fingerprint. Jake Marshall. Bruce Goodman. Dick Gumshoe. Lana Skye. I don't have Neil Marshall, and I don't have Joe Dark.
Huh. Well, I wonder who else it could be.
I don't know. Who else could it be?
Well, scroll through your fingerprint list and see who it looks like.
Comparison complete. Match found. Well,
Once
well.
again, welcome to the lying to Emma section of the game.
No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old, which is not how that works at all, but they aren't clear enough to get a match. Busted.
That's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
I don't have those. Psst. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' fingerprints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. ... Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Oh, right, I just remembered there are two endings to this case.
A piece of cloth found in Chief... I told you!
Neither of them results in Edgeworth being found guilty.
Bullshit, this game is going to bat for him and I will not have it. Found in Chief Gant's safe, evidence for something but what? Bears Emma Skye's fingerprints. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, which I stupidly crushed, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective.
What? You call us rude.
Do you mean... do you mean, me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now, get out! Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Just ignore the empty safe that's open behind you. Oh, wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
Sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You, with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright?
I'm not gonna go anywhere if you're gonna be in here with Emma alone. I don't trust you.
I don't know that you have a say in the matter.
I apparently did not. Look, Belle, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Interesting.
Does it teleport you to the place you need to be, or...
The detention center visitor's room.
Alright. I see. So, the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already told you all I can.
What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. You'd said you stabbed him, you didn't say you killed him. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. ...
Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous.
She would be. Look, you can go make up.
Be.
You can go make up and then make out with Angel Skye later. Exclamation
They're not
mark.
married yet.
You have another line.
It seems Edgeworth was right.
Lost-His-Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe.
He's not wrong! Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story, which I will do after I take a quick break. I don't think I want to know the rest of this story, especially if Emma is involved. So, I shall be right back.
And I shall be here.
Causing trouble?
Possibly.
Don't burn everything down while I'm gone.
I make no promises.
Alright, let's see. Where are we? Who are we? What are we doing? Where's Dawning?
I'm here. We are in the detention center, and Lana is also here.
Oh,
and
good.
also I committed an arson.
That's illegal.
Uh-huh. And that stops me how?
We are in the detention center. There are a lot of police around. Don't do something like that.
It's too late. I already did it.
Well, then, I'm not defending you in court. Talk to me about keeping quiet. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted... Wait, hold on. You insisted... That jumped ahead of its own accord. Hang on. I don't think I can go back in my dialogue, can I? Anyway, that's when it hit...
Hell, didn't they include a history button in the Phoenix Wright trilogy?
I don't know. What is a history button?
It's a button that you pull up and can look at the dialogue history for moments like this.
I literally wasn't pushing the button either. It just kind of scrolled ahead of its own accord.
Yeah, and it does that sometimes. You insisted you did it, but yet there was no incriminating evidence, is what he said.
Okay, that's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. Namely, Kilometers Lost-His-Edgeworth. Go on.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? No shit, Lana!
Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. Though I don't know why you're afraid of Lost-His-Edgeworth, considering he's supposed to be your subordinate.
Huh?
If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name?
Why is he not an option here? This is bullshit! This is a fucking conspiracy!
She's afraid of Emma.
This is a fucking conspiracy!
No, she's afraid of Mike Meekins. Of course, Mike Meekins did nothing wrong, so I'm not sure why she'd be afraid of Mike Meekins.
Wait, what happens if I present the wrong one? What happens if I present herself?
That would be pretty funny, but... I think it might just...
To be honest, there's someone a bit scarier.
Loops back around.
It probably does. Who would be more scary than... No, you're right, she's not scary. Why, you, of course. Me. Yes, you seriously believe what you're saying, don't you? Now that's... I'm glad I did this.
You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you. What with all your fallacious accusations? Care to spend tonight in the next cell?
I'm sorry, what are you inviting me to do?
Spend the night in the cell next to mine.
Maybe? See, look, Phoenix says, if you ask me, you're the scary one, because I presented her. But no, I don't think she's scary. Anyway, it does in fact loop all the way around.
No, that's what he would have said if he presented any wrong person.
I know, but...
It is kind of funny.
It's funny specifically because I did her. But, you know, it's obvious that the game is pointing me in one direction. And again, fucking Lost-His-Edgeworth isn't even on this goddamn list. If we go back to my court record and my profiles, he's in the profiles, but he's not here. This game is covering up for Lost-His-Edgeworth. His fingerprints aren't in the fingerprint kit. His profile isn't here. It's even fabricating evidence, right, saying that the evidence list is ripped in half when it is no such fucking thing.
It absolutely is.
You saw that sheet of paper? That sheet of paper is not ripped in half.
You're right, it was probably cut in half.
But it says ripped, and there's no sign that it was anyway. Anyway, fine. Let's do what we're supposed to do. Well, Ms. Skye?
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about the circumstances?
Damon Gant.
We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Lost-His-Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Lost-His-Edgeworth didn't... Lost-His-Edgeworth claims he didn't know the truth behind the forgery. Only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was...
Me.
No, I did no such fucking thing! Ow, my throat.
I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
Well, gee, I wonder what I'm supposed to show. Do I show the piece of cloth? Do I show the evidence list? Do I show the unstable jar?
2 of those things work.
I'm guessing
one of them does not.
I'm guessing it's the unstable jar and the cloth. Take that.
I'm not telling you which 2.
I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece... Well, wouldn't you fucking know it? It's both of them. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? The pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Or they were put there by Lost-His-Edgeworth because, again, 7777777 is a really fucking stupid combination for your safe.
And you're telling me that Lost-His-Edgeworth is any less stupid that he would try that?
He's got an ID. So here's how it goes, right? He's got an ID to get into and out of the evidence room. Ergo, his same ID can get him into and out of the chief's office. Well, the chief was in a meeting. He knew, right, because he had seen that 7777777, right? He saw that on the ID list when we were in court earlier. So he got into the chief's office, and he made the same connection that I did. So he took this evidence with him and put it in the chief's safe, removing whatever the hell had already been there, which probably would have been the $50, like, stacks of $50 that Chief Gant was going to give to people who asked him for it. And the game is covering for Lost-His-Edgeworth, too, and I don't appreciate it. Now tell me, why are you taking all of the blame for him?
Dot, dot, dot. Good day, Mr. Wright. It's just as you surmised. I cannot I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
In the murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate.
Tell me about your orders.
Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Lost-His-Edgeworth's car. That was a terrible emulation of your Chief Gant
Should I have
voice.
just said that? I need you to dispose of kilometers Lost-His-Edgeworth's body. Wait, no, hold on. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it in kilometers Lost-His-Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman, but it does explain why you had the gloves.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk was broken. I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body.
The murder weapon. I don't think it was Lost-His-Edgeworth's knife, no. You mean Lost-His-Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
Good fucking work, Gant! God, he really is stupid, isn't he?
Welcome to Ace Attorney!
I know. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Lost-His-Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well.
That makes
then-
sense.
She saw me just as I plunged the knife in.
But what she didn't see was that he was already dead. Ms. Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly?
I fucking wonder.
So tell me about Dark's knife.
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So, you hid Dark's knife.
The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence from the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Lost-His-Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right.
Which would probably
Then I
be his
called my-
mouth.
Then I called my sister to tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
A bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
Well, well, well. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust.
Yeah,
At
because
least,
you two were in a relationship at one point, that makes sense.
I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own.
Oh, you mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
So he knew Goodman was dead when he disguised himself as Goodman. What the fucking shit is this game? He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. Yes.
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts those he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any farther in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Especially her and Angel Starr.
And then they can get to each other's bottoms.
Probably. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago.
It occurs to me that we did miss aluminol spraying.
Did we?
Yes,
Where?
the chief's office.
Eh.
It wasn't required because we got to this point without it. So it's probably not a big deal.
No, I got the actual luminal that mattered. So let's save my progress up to this point. So there are two outcomes to this trial, huh?
Yes. They hinge on one piece of evidence.
That's not great. I'm probably going to get it wrong, huh?
You just might.
I want a happy ending. Anyway, February 25th, 9:47 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, all right, but there's no defendant. Well, she did tell me not to pursue it anymore in court. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if...
This is your line. It's Edgeworth.
something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, it's you, you motherfucker. What have you been doing, and how the fuck have you gotten this entire game to cover for you? This is where you out yourself as the villain, knowing that I can't do anything, because you've got Lana captured, and you've got Emma captured. Lost-His-Edgeworth, what have you done? Knowing you, you've already figured... Yeah, no fucking shit! I've been on to you since day one, buddy! Who's the owner?
Not what he's referring to.
Oh. You know, I've also known who that is. It's me. And you figured it out, too. And you snuck into his office. And you planted evidence there. Who the owner of the 777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's... No fucking shit. I hate to say it, but he might be slightly smarter than you, Phoenix. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. Yes, and the fact that you are a suspect for murder now. If that number belongs to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling and get away with murder. Again. 5 minutes, right, and Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. No, I did not. I said Lost-His-Edgeworth. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. Oh dear. Dawning, do you see what happened?
Yes, I did.
Well, I suppose I should thank him for galloping in and swooping in to help me and rescue me in my time of great need, because who else would help me solve this case but the glorious and absolutely wonderful Miles Edgeworth, my hero, king of the prosecutors, king of my heart, and the most innocent individual out of everyone here, right? He is not guilty for the fabricating evidence. He's definitely never committed murder in his life. He is a just individual. He tries to do his best. He is fighting for the people by prosecuting other people, and he wants even the people that he prosecutes to get a fair shot. And that's truly an honorable thing. Again, maybe slightly naive, but there is a lot of honor in there, and that is exactly what I love about this man, and about how snappy of a dresser he is, and how he is truly 5 steps ahead of everyone, and this game isn't covering for him because I'm just trying to go out of my way to make conspiracies that he's a murderer when he is truly a sweet and innocent man who will now help me break this case open and convict the right individual, Damon Gant, once and for all. For that is the kind of man he is. Even though he knows it'll be another stain on his prosecutorial record, he wants justice at the end of the day. And he will not fabricate evidence. He will not forge updated autopsy reports. He will not do any of that, because it's all beneath him. And he is truly the greatest character in this game, with the best character development and the best backstory, and is a very sympathetic individual. And I really do feel bad that he had to, that he basically lived with and was mentored by his own father's killer, the cruel and unusual Manfred von Karma, who probably just spent 20-some-odd years yelling at him in German. Okay,
Hey, you got a little sister out of the deal.
Not 20-some-odd years, it was 15-some-odd years, but still. He might have gotten a little sister out of the deal. I guess sometimes getting little sisters when you didn't expect to get little sisters is nice. Little siblings can be fun. But yeah, no, I mean, he's a good guy. He really is. And I can't praise him enough. I can't tell him how much I love him enough. There are no words to describe how much I love this man. And how I'm grateful for him to being here in my hour of need, because I am too stupid to figure this case out on my own. Even though I literally and figuratively have all the pieces that I need. Has it been 5 minutes yet? I think it's been 5 minutes.
Sure.
Probably. Anyway. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today is the last day of the trial. We don't
Telling
have...
Phoenix Wright not to be stupid is a very big ask that I don't think he's capable of.
It's like telling him not to breathe. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. ... exclamation mark. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find... Oh, okay, no, this is smart. He told Phoenix not to be stupid, and Phoenix is actually playing this very smart. He's playing that Lost-His-Edgeworth's ego. And god fucking damn it, that's gonna work, isn't it? You know how I know that's gonna work?
Because it would work on you.
You're damn fucking straight it would.
No, I'm not. ...
I'll think of... But of course he's too much of a massive egotist to actually admit that it worked. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Even if your defendant and her little sister aren't here. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Well, how can I do that if she's not even here?
Court is now in session.
Oh, you want to voice the judge now?
Nah, I can. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
The defense... Yeah, no. I can go back to voicing the judge if you want me to.
I don't have a huge preference.
It was funnier when Ellison was giving him a Texan accent.
That was funny.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally... I'll do it.
Yeah.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Question mark. But before that, the police chief has a... Oh, God.
Can only go well.
Yeah, this is going to go fabulously. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Who suddenly materialized out of nowhere. Hello, everybody.
He does.
Good morning, folks. How's everybody doing? Hey, Udgy, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble, and I certainly didn't coerce this by effectively kidnapping Emma. What's this all about, defendant?
I'd like to just make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana. Objection! You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana...
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. Prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation, having a prosecutor act as a defense attorney. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise, this can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Hold on! It's time for Larry Butts to butts in.
Larry Butts hasn't been here all case. What would he have to say?
Objection. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, Is he fucking snarking off at the chief of police?
He is.
He really doesn't give a damn anymore.
He's already written his letter of resignation.
Which he immediately crumpled up and I gave to Gumshoe. But anyway, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. ... With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes, aka you kidnapped Emma. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. ... Humph, I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Ms. Emma Skye. Now he's using his noodle, which is odd because Phoenix was the noodleman. I request the court hears her testimony.
Hold it. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to contend.
I don't care what you think, Ms. Skye. ...
Exclamation.
The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Ms. Emma Skye, please take the stand. But remember to put it back when you are done with it.
You weren't kidding about his ego working.
Uh-huh. I knew it would. Looks like Lost-His-Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. He's willing to mouth off to his direct boss and basically tell her he doesn't give a shit what she thinks. And he's willing to mouth off to the chief of police. He is done playing by everybody else's rules at this point. The only thing he cares about is his own fucking ego. And I can live with that because it's working in my favor. But why am I even still here?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure your client kicked you out.
Yeah, I've been fired. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma. Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about it, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. ... Well, okay then. That was fucking easy! If I tried to pull that shit, he'd have asked me for evidence! Why does the judge always bias towards the prosecution?
Because the prosecution is more likely to be equipped with a weapon.
I can bring a shotgun in.
No, they'll take that away.
Not that kind of shot! A gun that when I pull the trigger, it gives me a shot of whiskey.
I'd say they'd take that away, but they have absolutely allowed the defense to consume alcohol in court.
They let Marshall consume alcohol in court just yesterday.
Yes.
Anyway, no, but seriously, like, again, if I had tried to get away with that and say that an event from 2 years ago that had technically been resolved was relevant, the judge wouldn't just say, well, okay then. He would have made me present evidence and laughed at me even when I presented the right evidence. This is some bullshit. Anyway, let's move on. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. And I don't even know why I'm here because I was fired. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
Witness testimony 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
Which looks an awful lot like the doodle on the back of that evidence list, wouldn't you say?
It might.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
Poor little goblin. She probably needs a hug and a diamond snack, but I can't give either of those right now because she's testifying on the stand. I'll have to make sure she gets hugs and diamond snacks when we're done today.
Mm-hmm.
That's no problem. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? ... That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Fucking Christ. And this guy gets on my case for evidence. But okay, no, look, he is literally just obeying his own damn ego at this point.
It is working, because they're about to let you cross-examine the witness, even though you got fired.
I don't understand how this is I don't understand how Lana is letting this happen, considering the fact that she fired me and is representing herself now. But okay. Okay. 2 years ago. I'm just gonna press. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command under Chief Detective Gant. I'm sure that's not what it says on the screen, but I don't know what it would be, so.
Close enough.
My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Ms. Skye used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
Alright, we'll press this statement too. Man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day... Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. Even though it's... I say we, even though technically at that point in time, I wasn't even involved in that case. But again, I'm just obeying my ego, so I'm inserting myself even when I wasn't part of the case yet. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? And nobody took his fucking knife from him! Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator and did not put it back when he was done with it. He must have been in a panic.
It's okay, Edgeworth. Earth doesn't use elevators anyway.
It's true. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Skye and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming outside, so I opened the door to have a look. That's when I saw him.
Let's press this one too. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot. How the fuck did you forget about Gant? God damn it, he's an idiot. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw that instant.
Okay, let's press. Again, can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then the lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of that scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective? Uh-oh. Dawning forgot who the detective was.
Dawning's door got open with no notice. Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Let's hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw.
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
I found the picture and I told you who doodled on that list. A
You act
picture.
like I didn't already know that.
Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Let me ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. Objection! But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
Is this where I present the picture?
Is it?
Alright, let's press. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help that investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture.
That's because you can't flip over a stinking piece of paper.
Yeah, it's the one skill nobody here fucking has. Perhaps the witness is mistaken.
But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. Uh-huh. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
Alright, let me press that. I do have to present the picture, but that must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When the lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside, and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Pretty sure, huh? Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. But Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. So yeah, okay. Go back to the line that we had to add. And I should present the picture. Or more accurately, the evidence list. Which is, it says, ripped in half, right? But it's not ripped. Ta-da! Objection! Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the... You sure as fucking hell are. I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! The Beholdenator! This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident? Please turn it over, Your Honor. The skill that nobody seems to have. Turn it. Ah! What is this? Yeah, yes, what is that?
Wait, that's the picture I drew.
Well, well, well. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. Objection! What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me! Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other? They look exactly the same!
That's
what?
because you can't read the text.
The text looks exactly the same. It's just a bunch of squiggles. Which makes me wonder how the fuck they get anything done in this goddamn country. What? It would appear, Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth, that you indeed did lose your Edgeworth. That the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists, which look exactly the same, and neither of which appears to be ripped, fit together to form
You're
one.
really gonna get on them for being lazy with the graphics on these, huh?
This is a fucking conspiracy! These two lists fit together to form one. You can see them. They were not fucking torn apart! I hate this game. I will never play this game again after tonight. I can't stand it
Damn,
anymore.
not even to meet the redhead? Well, I suppose this game is only the first game.
You can see the marks here from where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order! Order! Dawning, food?
I've already eaten dinner.
Oh, I thought you might want to order a diamond snack, but that's okay. Let's see, what do I want? Get me a deep dish pizza. I'll eat it when I'm victorious. But Ms. Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
That was handed to Detective Goodman in the questioning room?
You got that backwards.
That's what my line says.
That was handed to Detective Goodman? No, that's what Detective Goodman handed you.
Well, the script says that was handed to Detective Goodman.
I feel like that was wrong even in the original version.
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the evidence in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list...
What else is new?
What else is new? If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back. God fucking damn it, he forgot to... He literally never flipped that list over in 2 years.
Nobody in this universe, except for Mia Fey, knows how to flip over a piece of paper. ...
Exclamation mark. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth. It's possible. I've had this thing for 2 years, and I never bothered to flip it around. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? He's proven that he's an idiot. Look at him. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list, and I'm too much of a pompous idiot and a moron to have flipped the sheet over in these last 2 years. It's
The reason he's
that
reacting like that is not because there is something drawn on the back of the list in general. It's the specific thing.
That's not possible, you dumbass. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. That's that thing. That thing was dancing. The thing that was. No! Blue Badger didn't exist prior to like 3 days ago. You're both nuts.
Well, maybe you should take a look at it.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Dot, dot, dot.
Evidence list restored and updated in the court record. List of evidence in the SL9 incident. Half of the list was found in Gant's desk. Alright, let's take a look at this updated list, because I am not a stupid.
Flip over the piece of
I didn't
paper.
have to. It literally starts like this. You know... You know, I made the passing comment. I thought I was an idiot, but...
You...
That's not the Blue Badger. It's this. Because when it had the third handle, it would look like that. By the way, it won't let me flip the paper back over, so I can't actually even see what the hell the evidence was in that case. It's just the picture that matters. But yeah, that's not the Blue Badger. That's the unstable jar. And both the judge and Lost-His-Edgeworth are morons, but what else is new? Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture.
Witness testimony. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I thought in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall, which makes me fucking wonder why they had to forge evidence in the first place. ... The defense may now begin its cross-examination. All right. Let us press the first statement. Did you draw this? Yes. Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of... What? What the fuck is going on here? Under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness.
Still fresh in her mind 2 years later.
Oh, 2 years later. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
Flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see are these shadows.
Press. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt, and I will make sure that she gets hugs and diamond snacks after this trial today. Well, it won't technically be my responsibility, it'll be Lana's, but I'll make sure that it happens regardless. What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted.
And we press. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
Objection! The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What?
Put her on the stand to talk about this.
Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw that instant.
Press. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course, this is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Objection! Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. You don't fucking get paid!
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detective, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... ... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted on in her mind. And yet... there's clearly a contradiction in here. Is there?
Take another look at the picture.
Is there really?
There sure is.
I mean, look. Are we going to talk about how that weapon doesn't actually look like a knife?
Are we?
Look, it's a rectangle. It could be anything.
Uh-huh. And what might cause a knife to look like a rectangle?
The fact that it was literally just a quick image burned on her brain.
What else might cause a knife to look a little bit rectangular?
If it was missing a tip? So where am I supposed to...
This case is that ridiculous.
Where am I supposed to present that?
The knife? You're not until after you present the autopsy report. Have I mentioned that this case is legitimately that ridiculous?
I meant, like, where am I supposed to present anything here?
The picture shows exactly what I saw that instant.
Okay. So now I present. And... yeah, stabbed in the back. God damn it.
This case is so fucking ridiculous.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture that the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of the picture contradicts the autopsy report? Well, it's not the knife itself, it's where he's getting stabbed. Like, I don't know where I'm supposed to point to on here. But he is clearly not getting stabbed in the back here. So where...
You're supposed to point to the goddamn knife.
I am supposed to point to the knife, okay. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see it's... well, no, it's just a fucking rectangle, but okay. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. And I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. God, this case is so...
If I recall, the tip of the knife was... was found broken off in the victim's body, so it wouldn't have been broken at the time.
It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved that Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. Objection! And where, pray tell, could you... Are you fucking kidding me, you dumbass? I thought it was bad that you couldn't see that you didn't bother flipping over a sheet of paper for 2 years, but you can't figure out that her drawing, the instant before the stabbing, because she never actually saw the murder, and the knife tip is already broken. When the knife was embedded in the victim...
There is only room for one brain cell in this courtroom, and right now Phoenix is holding it.
I suppose that's fair. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet have been broken. Ah! What is the meaning of this? Objection! Perhaps the knife was broken, but you fucking moron! What did we just say like 2 seconds ago? The knife tip was in... You should remember this. This was your fucking case. Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Objection, you goddamn moron. I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. What does this mean? Objection! The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is that the witness's memory is mistaken, or the fact that this is just a crude drawing, and she might have just been drawing a rectangle to represent the weapon instead of a triangle. Objection. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Objection. Not so fast, dumbass. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny that possibility. No. Order! 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 Where's my damn deep dish pizza? Are you saying
You said you'd take it after you won the case. You haven't won the case yet.
Oh, right. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. Which murder are we talking about?
The one that we were currently speaking about.
Okay, that's fair enough. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, hey, wouldn't you know it, that little halberd thing or whatever is broken and would look like... the knife on that prosecutor's trophy looks broken.
It's not a halberd. Do not call it a halberd.
They say it's a halberd!
They're fucking wrong!
Well, whatever. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. Where was Lana Skye?
Unclear.
Because she wasn't in her office, she wasn't doing the questioning. Who knows? Anyway, doesn't seem to matter. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room because they didn't bother to fucking handcuff him anywhere. And they didn't bother to take away his goddamn knife. Prosecutor...
Maybe he just broke his handcuffs.
I don't think he's that strong. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. Indeed.
That the man really was holding up a broken knife. Confirming it.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. ... exclamation mark. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is in fact another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. I'm going to bat for the little goblin.
As you should.
Yes. Who has a line?
Do I?
Yes.
Oh, you said that already. Mr. Wright?
In that
That's the
instant...
whole line.
Yes. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife? I do indeed. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Now, I'm guessing I have to not present the King of Prosecutors trophy, I have to present the picture, right? That actually has him...
One would imagine.
Yeah, because it's actually got him with the frickin' thing that's got the broken knife on it. So let me present the picture of the pretty lady plus those other two unimportant people. The answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past. Right here in this picture. This is a picture...
The answer to the 2-year-old murder lies 2
years ago. Who would have fucking thought? This is a picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth? Have you lost your Edgeworth again, just like that knife did? Oh wait, there's a broken knife in that photo. It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award that Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Wait, hold on a second. Does that mean that Emma didn't actually see Joe Dark about to stab Neil Marshall? She saw Neil Marshall about to stab Joe Dark.
Great question.
Then how the fuck did Neil Marshall die?
He got stabbed. We have an autopsy report that proves it.
Yeah, but he had the upper hand in the battle. Oh,
He got
shit.
stabbed.
Okay. I think I see where this is going. I think I see how Lana got blackmailed.
Oh, who stabbed Neil Marshall? If you're saying it wasn't Joe Dark.
It's quite obvious.
Oh?
You see, this broken jar, the unstable jar here, I said earlier that says E-M-A for Emma. Right?
You think Emma stabbed Neil Marshall?
No. I think that this is just as consequential as the blood that wrote Maya on that receipt.
In other words, you're saying the murderer wrote it to frame Little Goblin.
Bingo! And who would be that fucking devious? And that... What's the word? What's the word? It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't remember what it is. Not egotistic, but like trying to advance their own career. There's a specific word for that, and I can't remember what the hell it is.
Ambitious?
But that's the word. Who would be that ambitious and devious enough to basically solve a case knowing that you had to forge evidence and then blackmail someone into helping you by forging evidence against their little sister? There's only one person that comes to mind.
And that is?
Who do you think?
Oh no, it's Fred White. God damn it. I thought he was in jail already.
No. That combined with Emma's fingerprint on this, right? It's a piece of cloth. Anyway, yeah, there's only one person who comes to mind.
And that is?
The same person who's fucking devious and ambitious enough to get rid of the #1 prosecutor, then to go after his own goddamn boss, and now to implicate the chief of police.
You're seriously still
And not only that, but he's also devious enough to corrupt the entire fucking game to go to bat for him. This is the hill I will die
That's
on.
That's not how this game is going.
No, I know for a fact it's Damon Gant. And he did this, like, he forged so he forged evidence twice. Right? He forged evidence because for whatever the hell reason, the scene that he showed up at didn't implicate Joe Dark enough. So he forged the evidence to make it look like Emma killed Neil Marshall for some reason. And then when Lana got there, thinking she was the first one there, he showed up, and she saw the scene, and it looked like Emma had killed. Because this is why he's keeping the stuff in his safe, as insurance against Lana. Anyway, order. Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. Objection! But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would... Yeah, no shit, I figured that out like an hour ago. Would be reversed. Oh, good. I see Phoenix has given Lost-His-Edgeworth the single brain cell. What do you mean? I mean... the man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Yes, and that's a problem. Oh. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What is in fact going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Who said hold it now?
What?
Oh, you
I
did.
said hold it. What?
Go ahead.
Wait! I remember now. I remember everything.
A witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture, I'm the one who drew it.
What?
That's right.
You drew that?
The list wasn't... Oh, sorry. That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Ms. Skye?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ah, the Blue Badger. First the knife mix-up, and now the Blue Badger. This should be interesting. Yes, the Blue Badger.
We are approaching the moment.
Emma's recollection. Wait,
when
what moment?
I saw that man raise the knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the Blue Badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
That's impossible! First of all, the Blue Badger would have been Sonic, not Shadow. Second of all, the Blue Badger didn't exist. This is certainly most unusual. Anyway, what moment are you talking about? Uh-oh. Fine. This is certainly most unusual. Objection! Try impossible. The Chief of Detectives hadn't even designed him. Okay, that is bad grammar. The Chief of Detectives hadn't even designed him? No, hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean... Yeah, that would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
Hold it. Stop. Please Stop! Don't pursue this any farther.
Oh. Lana? What is the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. Especially since you seem...
can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Skye.
Huh?
We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Also, I wasn't going to say that I forgot she was in the room, but, like, I'm surprised she didn't have an outburst before this point, considering the fact that I'm here illegally representing her at the moment. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Even though he hasn't technically been the defense since he got fired by Lana Skye however the hell many years ago. Bailiff, please detain...
Earlier tonight, but...
You know what I mean. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Uh-oh. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter, and possibly to Lana Skye's bottom. That might be why she doesn't want me to pursue this any further. I can't say I blame
Yeah,
her.
that's reserved for Angel Starr now.
Yes.
Cross-examination time.
Yep. Alright, let us press all of the buttons. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark.
Yes, at least, I think it was him.
You think? I try that, but then my head catches on fire.
I'd get the fire extinguisher, but I'm currently testifying.
That's a problem. I'll have to deal with this myself then.
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you...
I panicked and rushed towards both of them.
Push the button. Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help Mr. Marshall.
Well, no.
Can you blame?
No, that's not what it says here, because that statement that you wrote contradicts something she said earlier, which was that she could only see shadows, so she didn't know it was Neil Marshall until after. So they actually tidied that up. I can see why they made that change in the script moving forward. Like, this tidies things up.
Life. I've got to help that other person.
Yeah, so this makes sense compared to the original.
Congratulations on making one positive change.
Yes.
Or at least one change that has a reason to exist.
Alright, push the button on this one. What do you mean you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Ms. Skye was almost killed before she was a witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person. I thought I had to stab the man with... not stab the man with the knife. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. Oh, she did say she thought it was Mr. Marshall in this.
Yeah, well...
I assume since they cut it out before, I should skip over it, but
They fixed it nicely in the one spot, and then they immediately... Whatever. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger.
Hold it. Are you sure about this?
Yeah, I even do a picture of him here.
But... It was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought this thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Press! His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all?
That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
Objection! This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. Objection! That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. Who is the Blue Badger really? I was fucking kidding when I said... Well, okay, I wasn't kidding, but I was like... I thought it wasn't... I thought I was imagining things.
Nope, it's time for hell.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Me?
Mr. Wright.
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that this witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious Blue Badger lookalike. It was the actual Blue Badger!
Welcome to hell.
I'm doing this before anyone can actually do a take that. So here we go. The mysterious Blue Badger was, in fact, this.
There's no reason to give you a take that because it's about to lead to the...
But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar.
But, Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger.
It's got the 3 horns that make the crown. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? What? What?
Welcome to hell.
The fuck is this?
This is hell. This is rotate the thing and try and make it look like the Blue Badger, but it's basically gotta be pixel perfect. I was not kidding when I said that putting the jar together was not the worst thing you had to do with it.
Interesting, interesting. Huh. Oh, I can also use these, can't I? That would be helpful to remember. How the hell am I supposed to do this?
Suffer.
Huh?
You're supposed to suffer.
Okay, well, I'm guessing this top one is one of the... And then the lower ones are that.
This is why everyone hates the blue badger.
Sort of? I mean, she saw the shadow. Oh! Huh. I'm not gonna get this right on my first... Do I get penalized if I get this wrong?
I don't remember, but I feel like it was yes.
Fucking Christ, and they make you do this pixel perfect?
Basically. I don't think it's exactly pixel perfect, but that's what it feels like.
Well, that's unfortunate.
If you
That is...
get this on your first try, you will be the luckiest man alive.
Everyone knows I'm not that lucky. Everyone knows I'm really not that lucky.
Well, then, you will suffer the penalty.
I'm thinking it's something like this. Because you've got the two things towards the bottom that kind of are like the sides of the crown. And you've also got the one... But, what if it's... Oh, never mind. Hold on. There's a whole other set of perspectives to consider here.
Yep, they really wanted to use the 3D.
They really did, didn't they? Oh god, this is horrible. How the frickum frackum do they expect anybody to do this?
I'm really not sure. They're like, we have 3D, let's abuse it.
Yeah, no, that sounds about right. Good lord. Okay, hang on. None of this makes any sense. I can't... So, obviously, there were 3 handles, right? And I'm thinking that those are the 3 points of the crown. The obvious thing would be like the top view or the bottom view, but I also have to remember she saw this from a shadow perspective, right? And that's difficult.
I need to remind you that I did fail this while having seen the correct angle.
You saw the correct angle?
I looked it up because it was hurting me that bad.
That's ridiculous. Who would ever do such a thing?
I saw what the angle was supposed to look like, and I still failed it once after that.
Yeah, see, I would think... You would hope that it's something simple enough, but... I feel like it shouldn't be, or it can't be. Oh well. God. I am somewhat stumped here.
Now, my usual recommendation for this sort of pain is called cheating.
You don't want me to do that, though, do you?
I mean, by cheating, I mean save scumming.
I don't think I can save while I'm in here.
Not while you're in here, but if you fail here, you can save right before you go back in.
I suppose that's true.
So you don't get too many penalties.
Assuming that it actually gives me penalties when I do this.
Yeah.
Oy. Let's see. God, I'm hesitant. Because it's like, you keep saying this is hell. I feel like it's somewhat obvious. But if it's somewhat obvious, then I can't imagine how it would be hell.
If it's somewhat obvious and still has to be damn near pixel perfect.
Yeah, no, that's, I hate this so damn much.
So does everyone else who has ever played this case.
Ooh, hold on. Interesting thought. Because I've been thinking that the three handles on the vase were the crown points. But now that I happen to get it in this orientation, by complete and total accident, what if the small narrow end is the top of the crown? Something like this?
If that's what you want to try.
I don't know. I don't know. Dawning, I'm scared.
And I can't fix it because even if you've got the right idea, it will... it might tell you you're wrong.
This has to... Wait a minute. Oh, this is fucking perfect.
Is it?
I don't know if it's perfect enough for the game, but look at this. Right? That bottom of the jar sticks out at almost the correct angle to be the top. Those two handles that are whole, I'm going for it.
Very close. The question is it close enough?
Nope. Objection. Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. Blah, blah, blah.
I fucking told you.
Oh, hey. But I didn't get a penalty.
Oh, it's not penalized.
They probably realized. But okay, so the basic angle was correct. I'm sure of it.
It's pixel perfect o'clock.
But I'm not going to be able to fucking duplicate that again. Okay, how the hell? It looks like it's on a slight... It is on a slight angle.
And it will crucify you if it is on a slight angle.
Dawning, I'm scared.
Apparently it's not penalized. You have nothing to be afraid of except wasting your time.
And yours.
That's fair.
I think I got the. I think I've got to make the back up a little bit more. Try that. Holy fucking shit!
Did you get hit? Did it work?
I think this is in fact a miracle. Well, is this a miracle or what? Hey, I didn't get it on my first try.
You did not.
Is this a miracle or what?
I remember looking up a picture of it and being like, that's what I fucking did. And then I duplicated the picture and I still failed.
No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. See, you don't understand shapes and angles like I do because I'm an engineer. No,
I'm an artist.
It can't be. Order. Order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this objection. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. How the fuck did he do that? I mean, what's your point? What do you mean? So the badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. Objection. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us, what's different now that we know the witness saw the jar? The location, the murder weapon, or the murderer? No, the location is fine. The murder weapon... We've already established. Is it the murderer? Yeah, it's the murderer, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Well, if she saw the jar and the jar was still standing, and then it broke during the actual murder... Eh? Dawning, you're confused. What are you talking about?
I'm not confused. I know exactly what the right answer is.
Do you now? Are you sure?
I am looking at the transcript.
That's cheating.
Do you want me to have to read Emma's voice lines off your screen on
No,
a
but...
huge delay?
Let's see. The location is... It's not the location. It's not the murder weapon. It's gotta be the murderer. Allow me to take these in turn.
Alright, the answer was everything.
Oh. That makes sense.
You could have picked any of them and it would have led it directly to that line.
So I could have picked my nose and it would have led to that line? Interesting.
No, you could have picked any of the options the game presented. And it would have led to that line.
At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. Yes, it is. I saw that earlier. Objection! But the body was found lying near Lana Skye's desk. The witness testified so herself. Objection! Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Skye. What? Did not take place in Lana Skye's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Objection! Are you implying that the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Skye's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. If the murderer was Joe Dark, yes. Exactly! Exclamation mark. If there wasn't a reason, then he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. Oh, so you've got that one brain cell back. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more, there's a giant pointy object somewhere around there. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Lana Skye! Whose location was undetermined at the time. But, you know, sharp, pointy object. Oh dear. The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking... no, I'm not thinking. Remember, that causes my head to catch on fire.
And I am technically still testifying.
Yes.
So I still can't get the fire extinguisher.
There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. ... I don't know if I can go... I can't go through with this. Poor little goblin. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No!
Dawning, you do realize that sometimes there are little cinematics that take place between lines.
I didn't know the cinematic was now. Damn it.
Yep.
The transcript doesn't have all this. Do I need to do that again then?
No, I think your next line is going to be fine.
My next line doesn't exist, I just collapsed.
Oh yes, thud. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life. Or so we are meant to believe. and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
Is it? Is it really?
You have a line.
Objection. What are you saying?
I'm sorry, Ms. Skye, but given the circumstances...
How dark, murdered prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin that crime on her?
Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? Yep.
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
Evidence? Didn't I show her this evidence?
I'm willing to bet you don't.
Didn't I show her this when I was, like, which is what got her to open up about Gant in the first place? The stuff that I found in his safe?
You might have, I don't remember.
I know I did. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove with this evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
Very true. ... exclamation mark. We certainly can't get dead people yet!
Magical bullshit goblin has gone off to train.
I must summon her back immediately.
She's busy.
Okay, fine. Certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Humph, touche, Ms. Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us... No fucking shit. I noticed this almost immediately. The victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. That's true. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his... Yes, I was going here, thank you. I know that it's on the damn jar. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. No shit, and I've been here for like 5 minutes. Hi, welcome. I'm glad you all finally caught up to me. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? No fucking shit, it does. Is in the evidence. The message from the deceased is already in our evidence.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
I'm trying to prove you innocent. But then, not only will I prove your sister... not only will I prove that you're innocent of this murder, I'll also prove that the evidence that I'm about to present is forged. Do not be mistaken, Ms. Skye.
That exclamation mark?
Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. I fucking knew appealing to his ego would take off all of his goddamn restraints. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. It's this goddamn motherfucking jar again! Ta-da! This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? Do you not see the fucking blood, man? If you look...
have to look closely to see this is red blood that contrasts heavily against
the gray,
jar.
Yeah. If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. ... Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
Phoenix, shut the fuck up.
One that someone apparently wiped away. But the blood must have seeped into the jar when where the lines changed directions.
Welcome to Connect the Dots.
Yep. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become a... What the fuck is with this goddamn case?
No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe the bloodstains will reveal to us an answer. Gotta connect these dots to make letters. No shit. Only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. Nope. Connect the dots. Oop. Boop. Boop. Okay, apparently I don't have to connect that dot. Boop. Boop. I hope this doesn't have to be fucking pixel perfect, too.
It doesn't. You just have to connect the right dots to each other.
Oh, look. It says Emma. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. But in the process, you've skewered a goblin, you moron. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So, this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. And it explains why Lana forged the evidence. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Or so we would like to believe. Or so someone would like us to believe. Now, who would that be?
A guy who should really fuck off.
Lost-His-Edgeworth.
Wrong guy.
Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Heck. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. And therefore, you are guilty of this murder as well. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. Well, if you don't have evidence, it's technically innocent until proven guilty, except here where it's
In this
guilty until
court
proven
system?
innocent. No, it is guilty until proven innocent here, but yeah. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Bullshit! Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? What? We are merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Exclamation mark. You suck. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order, order, order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. God fucking damn it, we're not even done yet, are we?
No, you haven't proved who did it.
Where is this trial headed? No one knows.
Yeah, we do.
How long is this last part?
I'm just gonna count the testimonies, and we'll hope that covers the approximation of length. Oh, we have 1 testimony, 2 testimony.
Fucking Christ.
Lots of talking shit with Gant. 3 testimony.
Good lord.
4 testimony. 5 testimony.
So, in other words, it's as long as the rest of the fucking case combined.
I am still scrolling.
I will point out that it is in fact after midnight.
I am still scrolling. Okay, only 5 testimony. Just a lot of talking between.
Do we want to keep pushing forward, or do we want to save this for... I don't even know when.
I'm not too tired to continue, but if you're too tired to continue, you should go to bed.
I'm not actually tired, but I probably
And
will
I
be
suppose
tomorrow.
if you wish to do so, we can force our way through the finale on this case, and next time you stream Ace Attorney, you can possibly finally meet the redhead, because case 2-1 is short.
Let's just fucking get this over with. Defendant lobby number B. Sorry, Lost-His-Edgeworth. Not really. I always mean to get you in trouble, especially since I know you're already contemplating resigning. But appealing to your ego got me exactly what I wanted to.
There are actually 2 to be continued in this trial.
Wait, there's another one?
Yes. This is not the last split in this trial section.
Oh, so I shouldn't have even started this, should I?
I don't know. I only discovered that when I hit the find button, the find and text button to try and find where we were at.
Alright, you know what? I'll get us back into the courtroom and then I'll save, because there's no way in hell we're getting through the rest of this today.
This case is insane.
And you actually thought there was a chance I could finish it tonight.
I did not remember how absurdly long the final trial date was. All I remember about the final trial day is some breakdown animations because they look cool, and the fucking goddamn blue badger charge.
I don't know what you're talking about. That wasn't too bad. Anyway, I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Humph, don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours, and I was planning on quitting anyway. Hey, hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. ... Oh, guess I am. I'll, come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. I don't remember this. Lost-His-Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright?
Hell if I fucking know.
It's not. This rule is almost never enforced.
I know. Anyway, I've said what I'm going to say for my line, so you can say your next line.
You could at least study some evidence law, really.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law from Ms. Skye explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Evidence law securely slipped into pocket. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. Are you sure? Anyway, let's go back into the court record and take a look at that book. Check. Rules for submitting evidence. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. They made an entire book just for this. Ow, this hurts my head. I'm closing it. Ow, I dropped it. It hurt my foot.
Poor Emmy.
Anyway, all that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Eh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of, or at least allegedly unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? Haven't you caused enough problems, pal? You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. Dot 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 exclamation mark. She merely stuck a knife into his already dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. Also, I thought he got fired, so how was he running around? Like, how was he running around on active duty when Gant fired him? Anyway, no matter what it takes.
He's still allowed to be asked to do favors.
I suppose. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. I disagree, and this is in fact where I'm going to save things off for today. Whenever I get options.
That, I believe, officially means that this case will take up the same number of episodes as the entire rest of the first game took.
I wouldn't doubt it. Anyway, options. Save.
Oh no, it'll stop at episode 13 probably, so one less episode than the rest of the first game.
To be fair, a good chunk of that was, well, a good chunk of the first episode, or at least half of the first episode, was the tutorial case, and was a lot of me screwing around. Anyway, though.
Yes, I've actually seen people do streams with worse, I know at least one person one stream group has had Rise from the Ashes take up more episodes than the entire rest of the first game. So you are doing slightly better than some other people time-wise.
To be fair, that's probably at least partially because it only took me 2 tries for that blue badger thing.
At least partially, yeah.
Anyway, if you were watching this on Twitch and you only caught part of the VOD, you can check out my YouTube channel over there, and I will be uploading this footage to my YouTube channel in full. You can also catch me on Twitch twice a week. Here, if you're watching this on YouTube, just follow the link and you'll catch me there Monday evenings like tonight, and Wednesday evenings at 8:30 p.m. United States Eastern Time. Monday nights I generally do Ace Attorney. Wednesday nights I generally do Tears of the Kingdom. You can also catch myself and Dawning on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel there. I stream on Sunday evenings Pokemon Moon, and Dawning is currently streaming Pokemon Art. Still working on that same project from last week.
Yep.
What else? Caps Fan was not here, but I do recommend checking out his channel if you can. I don't believe Deanne was here this evening either, and she also hasn't been online recently, but you can also check her out over on that channel. I believe that is more than enough damage that I have done this evening. I have already figured out, by the way, how at least that one message was forged, because the damn jar broke literally at the instant that Neil Marshall was pushed up against the armor. So there's no fucking way in hell he could have written that message, because the jar was already broken. But that's beside the point. The bottom line here is Lost-His-Edgeworth has been scheming, and his machinations are about to become revealed.
Who
the fuck am I kidding?
Ego at all costs.
Yeah, who the fuck am I kidding? We're going after the Damon Gant next time. I wish it was Lost-His-Edgeworth, but even I can't deny that at this point. Alright, I'll be back on this channel Wednesday for some Tears of the Kingdom now that I have saved the redheads. There is still yet more work for me to do, though I'll likely be a lazy ass about it, but whatever, we'll get to that when we get to that. Meantime, though, as always, I am a Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess.
Good night.